Here on TikTok, we are limited to what we can say doing show, being that it is a family-friendly app. YouTube is not so much, so we do everything we can't do here over there. You'd recognize me as a gatekeeper in hell. Cool. Sounds metal as fuck. What is about to happen? Are you ready? No, I'm just kidding. I'm a glass blower. We blow glass all night long. At the beginning, I hype myself and the stream up, listening to music while we do some prep. We get some shit like this done, and then we swap over to YouTube, where we put the pieces together. Again, we're limited to what we can show, do, and say while we're live on TikTok. We do not have to be careful what we say, do, and show while we're live on YouTube. We are live right now, I think. There you are. What up, Richard? I was like, whoa, where's everybody over on YouTube? If y'all make it all the way to YouTube, don't forget to subscribe before scrolling. We are going to be watching some more documentaries, some more true crime over on YouTube. Thank you for sharing the live video. Y'all don't forget to follow before scrolling. We'll stay live on TikTok for a bit longer. And let everybody follow us over to YouTube. I appreciate y'all hanging out during hype time. Oh, hi, Bunny. I think it'll be best for all of our numbers if I don't try to ride the wave as much, and just after doing, what up, Ricky? After doing the hype shit and then saying, okay, we're done for doing that for the night, we stop TikTok, instead of trying to ride that like that. What up, Superman's Underground Gardening? If y'all make it all the way to YouTube again, don't forget to subscribe before scrolling. We will end the TikTok stream here in a few minutes and enter what we call Adult Swim, where we do say and show on the torch and off it all the things that we cannot hear on the clock app. Percy, thank you for sharing the live video. Kay, thank you for the rose. I appreciate you. Oh, good stuff. That's what I want to do in the end, is figure out how to make my own music and play my own shit while we're live, so I don't have to. Well, what's funny is a lot of people play their own music while they're live and get copyright struck anyways, because they're like, hey, this is somebody's music, and they're like, yeah, it's mine. Veteran, thank you for sharing the live video. What up, Chef? What am I doing? We were listening to hype music and blowing some glass, making some prep. Now we're going to go live on YouTube and hang out in what we call Adult Swim. Do all the things that we can't do here, because this is a family-friendly app, and I'd like to have my phone back for a little bit. Filipino, what up? Letting everybody trickle on over to YouTube before we get everything started. You know, I do my makeup. Yeah, so anybody who would like to do makeup, who is afraid to, or how they're going to look, or that's not for them, you have shadows on your face already. If you want to look dark and brooding, you can look even more dark and brooding. Literally just follow the shadows on your face and make those shadows darker. I'll do a tutorial on it sometime. What's around my neck? What up, Sky? So what is around my neck is called a blow hose. When you think of glass blowing, you typically think of people lifting the glass up, spinning it around, and blowing into it, which I do. But I can also attach this to the other end of the glass here, and then I use this end here to blow air through it. What up, Lucy, Idaho? Anybody who has not subscribed to the YouTube, if you make it all the way over, don't forget to. Happy to have y'all here. We're going to be watching some more documentaries, some more true crime stuff. And again, we will be showing all of what we cannot show while we're live here. Again, we're live on YouTube right now if y'all want to hang out. We will be assembling the rest of the piece we started last night. What up, Caitlin? Glad to have y'all back. Again, don't forget to subscribe if you would like to join the cult. We have giveaways constantly. I believe the next one will be pretty soon. I don't know when. We have a big raffle going on right now too. Y'all don't forget to follow before scrolling. We are going to assemble the different pieces that we make prep for while we're live on TikTok over on YouTube. Again, we are live on YouTube right now. The play button on my page. What up? I see our numbers going up here on the tube. Hello, everybody. So happy to have you here. If you like it on the talk, you're going to like it on the tube. I guarantee it. We have a much better angle and a lot better camera. Oh, I used to do Twitch, Rain. Twitch is more for gaming. Twitch is definitely aimed towards gaming. YouTube is for content creation in general, which I am. I am a gamer as well, so we game on YouTube as well. Pasta, thank you for sharing the live video. What happened yesterday? Oh, I got flagged. I got a little liberal with the pyrotechnics. Understandably, they're like, hey, take it easy. What up, Classy? So happy to have y'all back. Welcome to the YouTube stream. Again, we're live on YouTube right now. We will be ending the TikTok stream shortly and enter what we call Adult Swim. Y'all are in the kiddie pool right now. If y'all like to hang out with us in Adult Swim, that's the YouTube. How I played the new COD? Oh yeah, I played that on stream the other day. Actually, that's what I've been playing the most of. I'm getting ready for Warzone 2, which I'm actually looking forward to. I was like, there's no way they're gonna be able to live up to the original, but I have faith. Especially being as they released the new map, and the map is actually the entirety of what we've already been playing on. What we've been playing on already is sectioned out into the different parts of the entire Warzone map. It's gonna be fucking sick. Where's the rest of the cult? Oh, they're hanging out. Skylar's at a concert. When I drop hardcore, probably at the same time, at the next update when they drop Warzone 2, so the 16th. What up, Lucinda? Nice, Lucinda. Some of the other cult members. Have a cool beer. Thank you, Miss Jess. No, I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. If y'all would like to see the rest of the room, we are live on YouTube. You can check out the rest of the room, my dog, and some other things. We have a much better camera and a much wider angle on the tube than the talk. But the talk is just a much better place to get more people over to the tube. We were watching some weird history. We were watching stuff about the Black Plague yesterday. I like true crime stuff, so we'll probably watch some more of that. We do also watch movies and TV shows and whatnot. We were watching Codename Kids Next Door, hence the Rainbow Monkey. What up, Blue Tea Idaho? Thank you for being here for the first time. My chat is very friendly. We prioritize kindness and respect over anything, so don't worry, we don't bite hard. Again, we are live on YouTube. We will be watching some true crime stuff and be ending the TikTok stream here in a little bit just so we can do all the stuff that we're not allowed to do on TikTok because we're live on YouTube. We're going to assemble the different pieces that we started. What up, Michelle? Hey, did you send the what is it? What did we say? Did we say 50? Did you send the 50 for those cups yet? Ghostface. That's an original Ghostface mask as well. Where on YouTube, it's the same as my name here, but you can also click the play button on my page. No, I'm on YouTube. On the tube, but not the Twitch. I am also on Twitch, though, but we switched to YouTube because they have a better partner share for revenue. What up, Terry? Thank you for being here. Y'all don't forget to subscribe before scrolling. It is free to do. Also, you can become a member either here on TikTok or on YouTube, which is a monthly subscription. You will automatically be entered into all the giveaways that we have. You will enter my cult. You will become an ordained member of the cult. And you will be given access to the cult-only Discord. What up, Dylan? Yes, we are back on YouTube, finally. Glad to have you back as well. Nick, thank you for sharing the live video. Again, we are live on YouTube. We will be ending the TikTok stream just a few minutes. Don't expect a whole lot from TikTok Live. You have to already be in the algorithmic loop to really have a whole bunch of people come into your stream. Or do crazy things like go wow, wow, wow with some pyrotechnics. There it is, Michelle. I just got that notification on my phone. I do appreciate you. I was just wondering to make sure because Mailman Monday is today. So everything will be going out today. Again, if y'all make it all the way to YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. The monthly membership is the members link underneath the video. But make sure to choose ordained not the gifted sub option, the one that says for gifting only, because that one is for gifting only. Nick, thank you for sharing the live video. Yeah, if y'all like it on TikTok, I guarantee you're going to like it better on YouTube. It's not nearly as cramped, not nearly as claustrophobic. We do a lot more stuff on here. I can really only make cups and prep on TikTok or while we're live on TikTok, and so when we're not, and when we're only live on YouTube, I'm putting together all of this stuff, all of the cooler pieces that I'm sure you want to see how those are put together and made. Fun stuff. All right, we are going to end the TikTok stream and be live on YouTube. Thank you, Terry. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate you being here, Terry. You just being here is enough, but the benefits for you end up heavier when you subscribe, that's for sure. Alrighty, friends, I'll check you out over here. Pasta, thank you for sharing. Pasta Gwirl, thank you for sharing the live video. Again, we are live on YouTube right now. We'll be live on YouTube for the rest of the night. We might go back live on TikTok at 4. Maybe not. Who knows? I'm a whimsical being of schedule, so as free spirit as I like to be, it's all on a schedule anyways. Alrighty, friends, I'll see you here. Play button on my page if you'd like to watch what we're watching. If you don't see the play button on my page, my YouTube is the same as my name here, or the bio has that little thing that you're not really allowed to say on here. I'll see you here. What up, Stanley? Alrighty, friends, I'll catch you here. Is that Viva La Bam? It's a Billy Valak. So, him. Alright, friends, I'll see you here. Boy. Adult Swim! I can say things like bong rips. And calcified wieners. Hello, hello. Welcome to Adult Swim. I will need a bong rip shortly. Here's all the stuff that we can't show on YouTube. Again, all of this is up for auction right now on Instagram. Each of these pieces that we make while we're live on YouTube get put for auction on Instagram just days later. The one that we are working on now is the biggest recycler I've made. I'm very excited for how it's come together. It is a looker, and it is a nice one. I'm going to have the mouthpiece come out this way and up. Everything you see me make is available before I put it up for auction, usually at a discount, at the sold before cold discount. If y'all made it all the way over from TikTok, don't forget to subscribe. The monthly membership is at the bottom of the screen, also linked in the bio. Yeah, Michelle, everything that is owed to you will be coming tomorrow. Both sets. What up, Colt? What up, Queen? Welcome back. Both sets of cups, the leaf, and all the stuff from the mystery box. Hi, Lucy. Lucy would like to say hello. Come here. Yeah. Lucy, the dog. She's wet. She got a bath not too long ago. Are you cold? No? Okay, good. This is Lucy. And then Marley you'll be able to see when she sits down. There's Marley. She is also wet dog. How don't I get burn marks? I do. But my hands look like this. I've got demon appendages. Been burnt enough for me to not feel it anymore. Fuck yeah, Aquatic. Let them know that they can watch me make it too, if they would like to. If any of y'all have friends who would like a piece, that I'm speaking to cult members right now. If cult members have friends who would like to get a piece, I can make them pieces as well. If y'all are like, hey, this person wants this kind of piece, would you be able to do that? You being a cult member extends that to them as well. Not necessarily custom work, but if you're like, hey, they've got $75 and want a bong, and I'm like, cool. Most of the time we don't do that just because direct sales are a pain in the ass. What up, what up? These are the rigs we've got up for auction right now on Instagram. You stop that. We've got a bunch of other stuff available. We've got a raffle going on right now. The raffle tickets are $5 each. There is 3 places. You get a chance to win $200 of custom cash. What custom cash is pretty much credits for anything. If you have $200 worth of custom cash and you want to put it towards an auction, you want to put it towards a custom piece, you want to put it towards anything, more raffle tickets, you can do that. If you also just want to send me money and say, hey, this is custom cash money, you get double, 2 times what you send me. So if you send me $50, you get $100 worth of custom cash towards anything. That's what the raffle pretty much is as well. First place, $200 in custom cash. Some Lucifer in your package. A mystery box, an ultra mystery box for the first one. Second place is $100 custom cash and a mystery box. Third place is $50 and a mystery box, and that is for $5. You can win that all for $5. Don't be trying to incept me like that, Michelle. Who says you're getting a shirt? What size do you wear? We are going to watch some more weird history, or some more like true crime, or some like historical true crime. Yeah, Terry, if you want any custom work made that I don't already have available or that won't end up for auction, you need to join the cult, which is a monthly membership. And it is the ordained cult level. It is not the one that says for gifting only, because that is for gifting only. Yep, I can do literally anything, Rain. Literally anything. If you win custom cash, you can put that towards whatever. You can put it towards a auction, you can put it towards a custom piece, and you don't have to be a cult member if you win that. You can get raffle tickets no matter who you are, and then that's a way to circumvent doing the monthly membership as well. But I would just recommend doing the monthly membership. It's cheap, and it's also a way to get access to the other giveaways and the Discord. Paranormal investigations, yeah. Oh God, Lucy, careful, baby. What about like historical paranormal? I keep coming back to historical stuff just because history is one of my favorite subjects. So, what about like paranormal history? History. No, I don't do meetups. That's not something you say to somebody. Four horrifying paranormal encounters, paranormal sightings. Yeah, so mystery boxes that are available as well. There's the $50 and $100 mystery boxes. Those are double what you pay for as well. So if you want a themed mystery box, like we've got all the Christmas stuff, we've got ornaments out the booty, we've got Christmas themed bongs. If you want a Christmas themed mystery box that just has a bunch of different Christmas themed shit, we can do that, and it is the best bang for your buck. More bang for your buck to get mystery boxes, because if you just get a certain thing, I'll tell you the price, but if you're like, okay, we'll throw all kinds of different random shit in for this price, then I'll be more inclined to give you more random shit. J Plush, you want to be fucking patient? That's literally the first time you've ever commented. Ooh, paranormal encounters from World War I. I was like, connect to the internet. I was like, why is this giving me a connect to the internet? We're live right now. How loud is that? Do I believe in Bigfoot? I believe in species in the Appalachians that we've not yet experienced that could be like that, yeah. definitely. Same with like the plesiosaur in the loch. I believe that there's big fucking different species relatives of the dinosaurs in the oceans and shit. One's trapped in the loch maybe, or was once trapped in the loch.
Paranormal encounters in World War I. The 1,000-yard stare, the blank, emotionless expression soldiers displayed after experiencing the horrors of war, can be seen in countless faces in photographs from World War I.
Oh, yeah.
Detached and emotionally.
A lot of people said that shell shock and PTSD was paranormal in the sense that they could like see the other side. Just nah, dude. You're just like you got some trauma.
Distant from reality, soldiers appear to be staring off into the distance, looking out into another world. Psychologists explain this phenomenon as a way trauma victims allow their brain to detach from their horrendous.
We're almost done with this piece. We need to add the joint and the mouthpiece.
Shell shock, another name for men showcasing these symptoms of confusion, fatigue, and impaired sleep.
No, you're good, Classy.
Could render even the strongest person disheveled and helpless. It is no surprise then that these same battle.
Just gotta shut those kind of things down quick because people will approach that with the wrong idea.
Even aliens in the dark recesses of
Megalodon, no. So there's science. Well, I don't know about that. There's big enough sharks out there that could be considered giants and whatnot. What up, Jay? That could be considered like megalodon size. Like there's 30, 40, and 50 foot sharks out there for sure. I don't know if they're descendants of the megalodon, but there's not actual megalodons out there. They're not. Well, obviously because that type of shark, whatever it would have been, had evolved since then. There are giants out there. There's giant squid. There's giant, pretty much giant everything at the bottom of the ocean. But there is 50, 60, 70 foot sharks out there. So them having survived for long enough to get that big and be predatory, yeah, for sure. But they're not going to be like, megalodon, like most things are. They'll be like a Greenland shark or like a basking shark. And those both are not predatory. But great whites have been seen to get up to 40, 45, 50 feet. So yeah, for sure. You can get a great white shark that's out there 70, 75, 80 feet. I believe it, definitely.
Today, we would say that the
Jay, yeah, we're talking about your specialty.
Stress reaction to constant bombardment, death, and chaos. However, at the time, shell shock and the 1,000-yard stare were seen as signs of cowardice.
One sec, let me check what I missed on the world of the internet, and then we'll blow some glass.
Needed to heal their ailing minds. In examining the paranormal encounters from
Terry!
it is best to remember how
A new member of the Hermetic Order has been ordained. Welcome to the cult, Terry. You have unlocked custom items as well as entries into any of the giveaways that we have while your cult membership is active. Shoot me a message on Instagram with your name and say, hi, I'm the new cult member, and I will get you a link to get added to the cult member only Discord.
broken and panicked the minds of the men who reported them were wild men / ghouls. One of the creatures.
So also being schizoaffective and having to deal with paranormal and like Eastern and Western pseudoscience is very interesting as well, because you have to be careful believing in ghosts and also hallucinating, right? So you can hold both fast. You can consider both to be true, but also understand that they both probably influence each other. Spiritual hallucinations are one of the most common hallucinations, and that's why spiritual whatever things become so powerful as stories to people, because most of the time they are mentally unwell. Like myself, who could very much say, oh, I speak to Jesus, right? Or I speak to the devil, when it's just I'm mentally unwell. And throughout history, that's what it's been 99% of the time. Like, don't get me wrong, there's shit that we can't explain one way or the other that I'll for sure be like, that's beyond humanity, which a lot of things is beyond us, but most of the time throughout history, the stuff that's been written off, y'all see me holding Lucy's hands, the stuff that's been written off as paranormal or otherworldly has more or less just been people who were unwell. Or explained through science, you know, a lot of things that weren't explainable through science at the time. Like the Dyatlov Pass incident, which is one of my favorite that we've gone over. Paradoxical undressing and such.
Soldiers fighting in World War I was the myth of life.
Yeah, the ocean freaks me out.
In no man's land, it was believed that
The ocean definitely freaks me out.
unhinged bands of deserters inhabited the haze of battlefields. Soldiers often reported seeing dark figures moving swiftly across the horizon line at night. These ghouls, as many men described them, supposedly sunk down in the mud.
Oh yeah, I need
to
a
avoid
rip,
being seen.
and then we are ready to blow glass.
From their hiding spots to loot dead.
Do I want to rip or do I want to
By
dab?
some accounts, to
I want to rip.
feed upon corpses.
Rip, skadoodle.
Theories about the wild men differed, with some maintaining that they were soldiers who renounced war and were just trying to survive, and others who believed that there truly were cannibalistic lunatics who stalked around battlefields at night. Perhaps a very real reason for the origin of this story was
Just getting that bowl of
temptation
empty.
to
I'll have to
scare
load
soldiers
another
away
one.
from
So dab it
pursuing
is.
their foes. If men were convinced that monsters in the mist lurked just outside their lines, they would be more hesitant to run for
Yeah,
their
definitely,
lives
Terry.
because they overcame them.
How big are we talking? Message me on Instagram. For the most part, anything custom is going to be around $100, especially if it's going to include any details like sculpting. But I could definitely make that happen for probably around $100. So message me on Instagram. We'll get that worked out.
Believability is that the earliest record of the story came from a 1920 memoir, only becoming a sensation well after the war had ended. Red Baron and the UFO. Famed German fighter pilot Baron Manfred von Richthofen, also known
Man von
as
Richthofen.
Baron, is mostly known for his stunning accomplishments against Allied aircraft and universally recognized flying capability.
Introducing Discover Online Privacy Protection. We'll help remove your personal.
I'm trying to see the info on our TikTok stream for just now because I want to figure out what does the best. How helps us get the most numbers and everything. And so far that was it. Playing loud music and doing pyrotechnics while blowing glass.
However, he is also known for possibly shooting down a UFO in 1917 in a Fokker triplane. Fellow German pilot Peter Weitz.
Yeah, we can do like an ornament style as well. It doesn't have to be like a sculpture. They can be smaller like that for an ornament size.
During an early morning mission over Belgium and immediately opened fire on it. The Red Baron.
Oh, the numbers that I was talking about, I like to share the numbers with y'all. I'm very transparent about our progress and everything. We got 700 new followers, and we got 185,000 views in 1 hour, which is really good. Again, that's TikTok though. That is TikTok though. I wish other places had a more algorithmic way of finding people. Like I wish YouTube did that.
Unusual looking aircraft
Alright.
and watched as it
Oh yeah, sorry, I got distracted again.
And hit the ground.
Long rip and then blow glass.
Astonishingly, it is reported that two humanoid figures frantically exited the UFO and raced into the woods. It should be mentioned though.
Also, things like, sorry, I'm gonna get distracted again, but it's on topic for this. Things like mass hysteria or government experiments. There's a lot of stuff that would get explained away as paranormal to cover other things up, like government bullshit, for lack of a better term, for things that they shouldn't have been doing, like irradiating the entire Midwest that only got found out because Kodak was having problems with their film, and they researched it, and there was like, there's radiation in the air, and they're like, yeah, that shouldn't be there. And they took it to the government, and they're like, hey, there's radiation in the air, and they're like, oh, yeah, you shouldn't know about that. Stuff like that. And in the pictures, there was little orbs, there was little spots, little stuff. So again, things that weren't previously explained, like, hey, what's happening? There's a shift in the universe, and we can see these entities now that are in the pictures. No, it's radiation.
He first appeared in a satirical magazine called Weekly World News in 1999. And as Patrick
Fat Boy!
has found, there is no record of a Peter Weitz having ever existed. Moreover, the Fokker triplane the Red
The
Baron
what?
was said to have used did not exist yet.
The Fokker
He was
triplane?
known to have been using his deadly
See, UFOs as well.
next
Government
time instead.
technology that they don't want us to know about.
First spotted by Lieutenant Frederick Ardsley, flying a patrol route in northern France.
Jerry, we can watch a video about that after this.
Biplane next to him. The Valkyrie
We watched something about it a while ago, but
long and golden
would love to
hair.
revisit it.
According to Ardsley, she removed her goggles, let out a piercing laugh, and stared at him with cornflower blue eyes before blowing him kisses and performing a can-can
Hell yeah.
on the edge of her cockpit.
My kind of woman.
Ardsley attempted to keep up with her, but her abilities were too great, and she easily outmaneuvered him. At one point, the Valkyrie's aircraft, which featured a golden symbol for Venus on the fuselage, climbed into a bank of clouds at an altitude of 20,000 feet.
Alright, that time, and then I'm ready to go.
He was forced to make a controlled dive back down because his plane stalled. The legend was catapulted into the press when German pilot Albert Roll claimed that he had been shot down by a red-nosed SE-5 biplane that was flown by a woman with blonde hair. Soon, many others...
And see, they just don't want to admit that a woman outmaneuvered them, so they're saying she's otherworldly. Oh my god, she was a Valkyrie. No, she was just a better pilot than you.
The World War I veteran and aviation novelist had a different take. White House believed that the Valkyrie myth began as a joke between young pilots who were trying to lighten up the dreariness of war. Supposedly, these pilots decided to put on a theatrical performance at Christmas for a squadron party.
God damn that.
And some were
That
forced to dress
bubble
up
cap is
as
so loud.
women for the play. Jumping into the cockpits of their biplanes, the men dressed as women got quite a laugh from their comrades, and the enduring image of a bombshell blonde piloting an aircraft, according to the historian. However, there's no evidence of Ardsley having existed either. Further, the lieutenant did not 49th Squadron did not use C-5 biplanes.
Oh, that was hot.
Ghost at Ypres.
Oh, that was
Night in 1915.
Oh, that was
near
hot.
Ypres in Belgium, a man named William Spate was enjoying another bitterly cold night in the trenches when the most unexpected thing happened to him. Sitting down by a fire, Spate felt the presence of another in his company. Spate was horrified to find the ghost of his friend, who he had seen die on the field. The apparition of his friend said nothing.
The first of that was okay. I heated it up way too hot. To get the leftovers. Oh, I got greedy.
Into him and disappeared as he had been standing in front of Spate. The next night, Spate asked for another officer to sit with him in case the ghost reappeared. To his surprise, the ghost reappeared, only this time with a message for him. Motionless, it pointed to a spot on the floor before vanishing once again. Not knowing what to make of this, Spate ordered some of his men to take off. The soldiers found a tunnel had been dug under them and rigged with massive amounts of explosives. The bombs were quickly defused, and the soldiers thanked the Spectre who had saved them. This incident was first in 1919 war-themed short story competition for Pictures magazine.
Gotta lift your arms up to get more air into them.
Your holiday break was fast and reliable.
Oh man.
Serving every
You see, I'm not used to dabbing either, so
credibility when Sir
that was a
Arthur
rookie
Conan
mistake.
Doyle referenced it in his History of Spiritualism collection. Cossacks and civilians, not
Got my
just
eyes
soldiers,
watering.
were also capable of experiencing paranormal encounters. One of the
God
most
damn it.
interesting records of mass hysteria comes from the persistent myth among British.
Also, one of the biggest recognized paranormal happenings, the Salem witch trials, were spurred on by mass hysteria and mass psychosis that started with them eating expired barley. They were all fucking high as shit and had a bad trip and just killed a bunch of people because everyone else was. Mass hysteria makes people do wild and crazy things. The Stanford prison experiment is a great example of not just mass hysteria, but positional warping of reality. It's the one where they gave 6 students inmate positions and 6 students guard positions, and within like 3 days, the guards were already abusing the inmates because of their perceived rank, pretty much. And it got to the point where the experiment had to get shut down because they actually ended up abusing the inmates, literally, physically, like assaulting them. And the dude who was putting on the experiment wanted it to keep going, and other people were like, "Hey, this is kind of beyond the scope of consent." You know, they didn't ever really consent to getting the shit beaten out of them, being starved and isolated. And this all happened within like 3 weeks. A great movie if you've never seen it. Great movie. The Stanford Prison Experiment. Or was it the Harvard Prison Experiment? One of the big schools. I get them confused. In my brain it goes big college. Stanford? Sure. Harvard? Maybe.
Civilians and millions of Cossacks from the United were on their way to Britain. First, in late August 1914, local newspapers reported sightings of fierce
Stanford is
men
it?
with beards traveling on trains to Britain. Then, the stories gained traction, and international newspapers were soon detailing almost a million Russian soldiers
I still need to
Britain.
I still need to recover.
We're claiming to find traces of the Russians. Stories of chocolate.
I burnt my diaphragm.
Warriors marching toward London Bridge Station, and cries for vodka from train cars were soon on everyone's lips. When British intelligence services learned the rumors were false, they did not censor them, which aided the Allies, as a cautious German command committed 2 divisions to guard the Belgian coast against the supposed Cossack reinforcements. Unknown to the Germans and the general populace in the US and Britain, there was no great Russian army moving against Germany from Britain after the Germans made a tactical retreating move that cost them the battle at Morden. Did the British government issue a statement that the stories of Cossacks in Britain were fake? However, by this time, the story had gotten so big that many continued to believe it. In reality, there were indeed massive amounts of soldiers traveling from Britain to the southern ports, but they were British.
I was double checking if we got any tips on the auctions. We did not.
Put the shades down on their train carriages and travel at night to keep their whereabouts a secret. Furthering the myth, some battalions of the British force spoke thick dialects, such as Gaelic, which many mistook as Russian. When studying
I forgot I was wearing makeup.
paranormal encounters of World War I, it is more tragic.
I've been wanting to sew. I also have a sewing machine, but I have no idea how it works.
That there were no survivors. Everyone who participated in World War I was a casualty of the war and had to carry the burden of their trauma with them for the rest of their life. While modern audiences can look at these soldiers' ghost stories and find a plausible explanation, for the men involved, there was no explanation for the senseless violence, destruction, and chaos they lived through every day. Everything they thought they knew about themselves and the world around them was shattered. Everything became possible, from alien to ghost.
The worst is when you're too stoned and can't get the thread through the needle.
Enhance your home audio with a wide selection of sound bars and NFL. Shop all the top brands to find superior sound that fits your budget.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do the what you call it, Kodak film radiation thing. Damn, I am always be forgetting that when I'm streaming is my morning. And I need to not act like I'm been awake all day when I go streaming and be taking huge rips like that. Just be setting myself up for failure, because now I am way too stoned. That's okay. When I picture hand sewing and being frustrated with it, I picture that one episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog where Eustace is using the hair oil that makes you really, really mad. And he's trying to thread the needle and literally explodes. He explodes, literally. What was it? Kodak? No, not Kodak Black. We're on a very different mindset right now. Radiation. Boop. How Kodak exposed nuclear testing. Sounds good.
Part of this video was sponsored by HBO Max and their new...
It's only 13 minutes long. I want a little bit more in depth than that. Is that the longest one? Ooh! Okay, we're gonna watch that and then we're gonna come back to this because this one says what would happen if you put your head in a particle accelerator, and it kind of looks like somebody did. So we're gonna find out what would happen if you put your head in a particle accelerator. We're pretty much gonna figure out what happened to that weasel that got spaghettified in the Large Hadron Collider, but in like a smaller scale. Fuck yeah.
Part of this video was sponsored by HBO Max and their new show, Raised by Wolves. There's a place in the New Mexico desert, open to the public for just 2 days out of the year. But I got to visit by myself with only a small film crew.
White Sands? Or
This
Area 51?
is the Trinity bomb test site.
Oh, bomb test site.
Where on July 2nd,
Oh, God.
1945, at exactly 5:29 and 45 seconds in the morning, the first nuclear bomb was exploded. The
Exploded!
test was called Trinity. There was actually a tower here that stood 100 feet, 30 meters.
Okay, I think I'm done coughing. I had to stop coughing before we actually blew
The
glass.
test reads like a who's who of 20th century physics. Fermi, Feynman, Oppenheimer, von Neumann. But the test was top secret. The general public weren't to know. But how do you hide a huge nuclear explosion? Well, the Albuquerque Tribune published a statement claiming it was a large but accidental conventional explosion. It wasn't just the general public who were kept in the dark. The governor of New Mexico was not even aware that Trinity was a nuclear test until after the bombing of Hiroshima. Even then, details about the blast were scarce. But Kodak, the film company based on the other side of the country in New York State, well, they figured out what was happening. It all started with some defective X-ray film. Kodak found when they developed unused film, it showed 10 or even 100 little dark spots. The film had been exposed to radiation even though it had never been taken out of its packaging. This was actually not a new problem. During World War II, radium was used extensively to make glow-in-the-dark dials, flight instruments, and watches.
And it also poisoned a shit ton of women because they would dip the paintbrushes of radium onto the radium and then would wet it with their tongue. They didn't know it was carcinogenic. It was literally fucking radioactive, and they were putting it on their tongue to wet the paintbrushes they were using to paint those dials with.
Because it is radioactive, it gives off alpha particles. Now, some of this radium ended up on paper and cardboard at these factories, and because supplies were scarce, leftover paper products were salvaged and recycled, leaving small amounts of radium to end up in the general paper supply. And when this paper was used to package up Kodak film, radiation from radium would expose the film before it was ever used. And it was such a problem that Kodak altered their supply chain, carefully selecting...
It's actually a reference from The Watchmen. When why can't I remember his name? Literally the blue dude, literally God. It's a reference when when he comes, or when his ex-wife comes in and she has no hair and says that she has cancer. So it's a reference to the women who got cancer from being around the World War II untested iridium and radium and stuff.
Collecting just a few paper
How do I think
mills
the pyramids
with
were made? A whole bunch of
control
slaves.
Materials. One of the mills was in Vincennes, Indiana, on the Wabash River. It made straw board, which was inserted between sheets of X-ray film.
Lots and lots of them.
And for months, this straw board was working perfectly, until a batch, manufactured on August 6, 1945, started to cause spots to appear on the X-ray
Now,
film.
why they did it, or the circumstance of why it's on the magnetic ley lines of the Earth, and the significance of the geomagnetic positionings that they represent, and the fact that they were built also as a resonance chamber for energy, and they knew that, is a whole different topic. How it was built, slaves for sure. Why, purpose, and the actual intent, the reasoning behind it, and all of that stuff, different set of history, different set of knowledge, but yeah, just because we don't think that it's feasible doesn't mean that it wasn't, you know? Oh yeah.
Julian Webb, a scientist at Kodak, was tasked with solving
You either wet the sand and it slides, or you wiggle it back and forth, just like the Easter Island heads. Just because white people haven't done it, doesn't mean the other people didn't.
problem. So he punched out little holes of straw board behind where the film had been exposed, and then he measured the alpha particles coming off that material. But the level was not appreciably higher than background, and this ruled out radium and the other naturally occurring isotopes of uranium, thorium, and actinium, all alpha emitters. But when he measured beta radiation, he found significant activity. This matched what he saw on the film. The radiation penetrated several layers, something beta particles can do, but
Oh
not
my,
all.
why does everybody have
And over a
cancer
period
now?
of months,
Because it's fucking in the
half-life
air.
of radioactive substance.
It's in the air
found
through
it
the
was
60s
only about 30
and
days.
70s.
This half-life, combined with the energy of the beta particles, led Webb to conclude that the radioactive contaminant was most likely cerium-141, an isotope that could only have come from a nuclear fission explosion.
Wait, hang on.
What's
I take
more,
that back.
the
I was
same
gonna
contaminant
go on to the
appeared
next
here
step, but I
from
need to
another
make
of
sure
Kodak's mills.
it sizes
This one
up.
hundreds of kilometers away in Tama, Iowa. So how did cerium-141 end up in that straw board? Well, when that first atomic bomb exploded in the New Mexico desert, the core underwent
damn
a
it.
fission chain reaction. Plutonium nuclei ripped
That's okay, I can
in
actually
two,
still use
releasing
this and make
energy
sure we
more
attach
neutrons
that
to
side of
continue
it.
the chain reaction.
So there.
But fission is a messy process. It doesn't always split the nucleus into the same products. Instead, hundreds of different nuclei are produced, virtually all of them radioactive. And they are carried
Yeah,
up
that's
into
gonna
the
look good.
stratosphere with the mushroom cloud and dispersed on air currents whichever way the wind blows. In this case, they traveled over 1,000 kilometers, ending up over Iowa and Indiana. Here, rain captured some of these radioactive particles, causing them to fall out of the sky.
Yeah, same way.
Hence the term radioactive fallout. This radioactive material ended up in rivers like the
People have been expendable all throughout history, and so they didn't care how many or how long it took to make these projects happen. But again, why they felt so enthralled and purposed to do these things. If it's just human ego, that's understandable, but it is fun to think that it is otherworldly. Extraterrestrial is the word I was looking for. We would like to think that the human ego isn't capable of these things, but historically we've seen atrocities happen just at the whim of ego. So to think that generations and generations and countless lives would be expended to do something like that, you would like to put that onto something else. But no, I do think humanity is capable of such horrors as we've seen.
the ones that
What up,
were inside
Adventure?
the two Kodak paper mills, which used that river water to make their paper. So that's how cerium-141 ended up fogging Kodak's X-ray film.
And they didn't care how many people they killed doing it along the way,
Now, word
like
of
Jay
Kodak's
said.
detection made it back to scientists at Los Alamos who were intrigued and wanted to know more. A consultant wrote to Webb to find
See, because throughout history, we think of the technologies they have, and it's like, yeah, okay, maybe they used water in the sand, but you know what would evaporate a lot slower than water? The stuff that we have inside of us. They say they just wet the sand and it would slide 100 to however many times easier than literally just pulling it across, which they wouldn't have done. They would have rolled it across on logs and that whole thing. But it being wet underneath, yeah. And again, we're on to the realms of, well, you hate to think about what the human ego is capable of, but historically we've seen atrocities that happen just, again, at the whim. So if someone who is in control of millions and millions of people's lives was just like, yeah, start piling up the rock right there, and they were like, so, yeah, he's gonna kill everyone, and the dude was like, sweet, they'd be like, alright, because they would also be killed if not.
And activity per square mile he detected, and the size of the
you gotta think outside the boxes sometimes, because the science now, or the people are like, yeah, if you put the water down, but a lot of people don't think, well, they didn't really have a whole lot of fresh water to expand when they're going through the middle of the desert, so what did they have? People.
The activity. All the
The refrigerator is very tightly placed.
Doesn't evaporate as fast, and because of the other components of said.
We can get all that we need.
That's obviously not historically accurate. There's not big trails of viscera that has been recovered, but then again, you wouldn't really find that in the dunes throughout history, having been eroded away, right? Also, the fact that the Nile was a lot fucking bigger than it was now, or than it is now. We underestimate the power of these ships that they were able to create that would just carry one block at a time. And they had the channels that would literally come pretty much up to the pyramids, if not like over the pyramids, if you think about it. Flood the area, drop the blocks over it, unflood the area. They knew irrigation. We underestimate them a lot, especially when you look at the irrigation systems that the native or indigenous peoples, the first peoples of the United States had. They had whole floating gardens and shit. They had whole Italian floating cities in this bitch. No kidding. Saline solution, Caitlin. What up, James?
Though Webb completed his
That's my main belief, is that the whole area was flooded, but strategically so. They brought in each block, built it from the ocean up. They didn't care how many people drowned. Yeah, go down there, fix this, and thank you for your service. Go down there, set this line to where this one's going to be dropped next. Thank you. Who can hold their breath the most? This is what you've been trained to do your entire life. Boop. Thank you. Oh, look, there they are, downriver. Go grab them. We can use that.
experiments by the end of 1945. He only published them in Physical Review in 1949, and that's because I'm sure he recognized just how sensitive his findings were. After all, he himself had worked on the Manhattan Project at Berkeley.
Dr. Manhattan!
Magnetic techniques to separate.
Dr. Manhattan is the blue guy I was trying to think of earlier from The Watchmen, from the Manhattan Project, which was also a reference. Thank you, kind sir, from YouTube.
Uranium isotopes. What was clear to Kodak was that they needed
Grab 'em, we
to
can use
protect
that.
their film. And so they
serve a
installed
greater
air
purpose.
samplers to monitor for fallout in the air intakes of their buildings.
Fallout is a vitally important
Fallout.
subject.
Great game.
Bombs are being tested, which to some extent contaminate the atmosphere.
Now the U.S.
To
government
some
was
extent.
aware they needed to carefully consider
Maybe
air
we'll
testing
contaminate
for
some
bombs.
things.
What we need is a site closer to our stateside laboratories and available air support. Somewhere in the
What's
continental
funny?
United States.
I don't know if y'all
What
can see it, but I actually have the Bikini Atoll test site, nuclear test site explosion, right here on the other side of the screen. That's what that ocean right there is.
After training
you see it?
the Manhattan
So I can see the screen. Yeah, just that little corner that's over the TV screen. That gray looking thing underneath the cow is what they're about to talk about, I
Project's
think.
Chief of Radiological Safety, Stafford Warren, recommended tests be conducted at least 150 miles from civilian populations. In 1948,
And they're like,
Air
well,
Force meteorologist Colonel
how
Holtzman
heavy is
told the
that
site selection
statistic?
committee
You know, can we
that
do
a location on the
125?
East Coast would be best, because otherwise the prevailing westerly winds across the U.S. would spread the fallout across the country. The
This.
site they chose was Nevada,
area.
almost as far west as you can go in just 100 miles.
Not
from Las
this, I'm
Vegas.
doing this.
The rationale
Let's get that
was
stuck
this
on there.
site was closer
This
to
area.
weapons labs, so it would accelerate
Underneath the cow.
development. After the first bomb test there, in
Gray area
1951,
over there.
Kodak detected fallout at their headquarters in Rochester, New York. After a snowstorm, Geiger counters read 25 times the normal background. So Kodak threatened to sue the U.S. government for the considerable amount of damage to our products resulting from the Nevada
They
tests
sued the government.
and further atomic energy tests. But instead of a lawsuit, the two sides came to an agreement. The Atomic Energy Commission would give Kodak, and indeed the entire
The
photographic
bat is
industry,
blocking a lot of
advance
it.
warning about upcoming tests.
Ooh, look at that.
where the fallout was likely to end up given meteorological models. In return, the company agreed to keep quiet about radioactive fallout. And from 1951 until 1963, the U.S. conducted 100 above-ground nuclear tests in Nevada.
100!
A mixture of radioactive nucleus
That's why everyone has
was grown,
cancer.
as predicted, across most of the country. When these atoms fell on agricultural land, they were eaten by livestock or taken up in crops, and they became part of the food supply. Radioactive iodine-131, eaten by cows, is passed on to humans through their milk. And this is particularly problematic because iodine is concentrated by the body in the thyroid gland. And children with small developing thyroids drink the most milk. It's estimated that the nuclear tests led to tens of thousands of extra cases of thyroid cancer. The Atomic Energy Commission wasn't too worried about iodine-131 because it has a
They were like,
half-life of only 8 days. It decays quickly. They were more concerned about strontium-90, which has a half-life of almost 30 years.
Strontium-90, because of a unique combination of properties, probably represents the greatest danger.
Strontium-90 behaves biochemically like calcium, so when ingested, it ends up in our teeth and bones.
In your
As it
bones!
emits ionizing beta radiation, it can cause bone cancer, cancer in the surrounding tissues, or leukemia.
I wasn't kidding. That's why everyone has cancer.
Baby tooth survey. Scientists in St. Louis collected up 320,000 teeth between 1950 and 1960.
That's the real tooth fairy.
Kids born in 1963 had 50 times more strontium in their baby teeth than those born in 1950.
Presently existing evidence indicates that fallout has caused only a small increase in background.
There's lead in the paint, lead in the gasoline, strontium in the food. Sorry, boomers, y'all got fucked. And us in the process.
Radiation, and correspondingly, only a minute increase in mutations.
In reality,
Just a
both
minute
iodine-131
increase in
and
mutations.
strontium-90 plus other radioactive isotopes in the fallout almost certainly increased rates of cancer and other diseases in the U.S. population. This is borne out by studies showing correlations between rates of disease and radioactive isotope uptake. The graph shows a peak in 1964, just after the partial nuclear test ban treaty was signed in 1963. It banned nuclear tests in the atmosphere, underwater, and in outer space, leaving only underground tests. A central aim of the treaty was to
This is
address
too long.
growing public concern
I actually need
over
to take the
scale
bottom part of this
nuclear
off.
tests and the resulting radioactive fallout. When the U.S. Senate finally held a hearing on the matter,
Just a
almost
little bit of
50 years later in
mutations.
1997, the agreement with Kodak was
Like I was
shortly
saying
criticized,
earlier, it's
especially
just-
by
it's just-
Senator Tom
It's
Harkin.
gonna be that one guy in the room going, well, how many mutations is how many do y'all think is okay? How many of y'all do you think is 10 mutations in every 100 is okay? Huh? This is that one guy, and then they put in the report. It's like, okay, it's just a minute amount of that's how much we said was an acceptable amount, and it was less than that. So good job, everybody.
Who said, the government warned the entire photographic industry and provided maps and forecasts of potential contamination. Where, I asked,
Oh, wait, let me
were
put
the
this
maps
back in
for
the
dairy
film.
farmers? Where were the warnings to parents of children in these areas? The government protected rolls of film, but not the lives of our kids. There's something wrong with this picture. And I think the main problem was that in the 40s and 50s, not enough was known about the biological effects of radioactive fallout.
Every so often a gene changes or mutates, and the characteristic of the organism is altered. We do not know the exact process by which mutations occur.
Cancers took years or even decades to appear, and fallout models predicted a more uniform and therefore less concentrated spread of contaminants. When students in Albany, New York measured 1,000 times background levels after a heavy rainstorm, well, the Atomic Energy Commission's report about the event called it an interesting example of a small area of very intense fallout. Now, concerned with alarming people unnecessarily in downwind communities, the Atomic Energy Commission's approach was to limit as much as possible the information that was shared. Their conclusion, it seems, was that people are less sensitive to radiation than film is.
So the studies of radioactive fallout remain inconclusive.
They remain inconclusive. Yeah, we don't know. Sorry, we're gonna keep doing it, but we don't know.
What is certain is that 1945
Nice
marked
guy.
the start of a new era. No radioactive fallout before then, and lots after it. And scientists have shown you can use this to detect wine forgeries. Any wine made in the last 75 years will give off distinctive gamma rays from cesium-137, whereas none before that date will.
What?
Plus, the level of activity can be used to estimate the vintage, at least between 1952 and 1980. A similar technique
That's not
can be used
good.
to detect art forgeries, because old paint contains no radioactive cesium or strontium. You can even use strontium-90 to determine the age of a skeleton, how long ago that person died, given
That's not good.
75 years or so. This technique has been employed in dozens of forensic cases, where there previously was no reliable method of estimating the year of death if it was within the last 50 years. This method works because while we're alive, we are ingesting strontium-90, something that stops when we die.
What?
To this day, we all have some strontium-90 in our bones, albeit at lower levels. It's been about 2 half-lives since the peak of radioactive contamination, so 3/4 of it have decayed, and the rest has dispersed throughout the environment. So these days, it's no longer much of a health concern. Still, it is there, inside every one of us, a signal that can't be covered up or faked. We are of this modern age. In your bones are the literal atomic fragments of atomic bombs that exploded decades ago.
No wonder the aliens haven't fucking come to see us. They're like, them sons, they're all fucking irradiated. They fly by and they look at their fucking little gizmos and gadgets and go, yo, they're all mutated and shit. Why would we go there? They're like, look at how fucking much gamma radiation's coming off this fucking planet. What the fuck are they doing? No fucking wonder. That's my explanation from here on out. Do you believe in aliens? Yeah, but why the fuck would they come here? If not to harvest the gamma radiation. That's just not a good thing if it's someone who wants the gamma radiation. Godzilla. Someone bring out King Kong. Oops. I want to watch this one now. What if you put your head in a particle accelerator? I don't know, tell
On the day
me.
of the accident, the only thing standing between Anatoly Bergoski's brain and a beam of protons traveling close to the speed of light were a lock and a light bulb. Anatoly Petrovich Bergoski was an employee of the Protevinsky Institute of High Energy Physics, the beating heart of the science town of Protvino, outside of Moscow, Russia.
Why is the fucking Russia always doing crazy shit with radiation?
The 36-year-old particle physicist was one of the scientists working with the largest Russian atom smasher, the U-70 synchrotron, which lurks below Protvino and magnetically accelerates protons in a 1.5 kilometer long circular tube, completely evacuated air to just 1 kilometer per hour below the fastest speed in the universe. On June 3rd of that year, a series of simple mistakes would answer a question that no one asked.
No one asked.
Artificially accelerated protons carrying 70 billion electron volts of energy do when they pass through a human brain. This is the true story
of Spooky?
Anatoly Bergoski's personal Chernobyl.
Personal Chernobyl, jeez.
On June 3rd, 1987, Bergoski was a few meters below the Earth surrounding Moscow, looking after the U-70 synchrotron's detector system with the hopes of eliminating some temporary failures it had been experiencing. As protocol dictated, he called the control room and told the beam operators that he'd be in the experiment hall in 5 minutes. The beam operators
Oh,
need
yay.
to know this
My neck
because
finally popped.
in the experiment hall, the main proton beam is shunted off from the main ring and
Shunted.
directed through the open air at various detectors. What should have happened next is that the control room should have removed the beam from the chamber Rogowski was heading towards.
What up, Rachel?
The door to that chamber should have been locked, and a sign should have been illuminated telling Rogowski that the beam was still very much active inside. But he didn't see any of this. Instead, what he saw was a flash reportedly brighter than 1,000 suns.
Well, yeah, because the fucking light penetrated your eyeballs,
Particle
homie.
accelerators are
It wasn't just light, it was little particles that went...
easily the most complicated machines on Earth. They are colossal constructions, the awe-inspiring endpoint of hundreds of the brightest minds, thousands of superconducting magnets, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of liquid helium, and more wire...
Liquid helium?
...your head around.
That sounds
The
cool
Large
as fuck.
Hadron Collider, for example, pictured
Yeah,
here,
yeah,
contains
yeah.
approximately 1
Someone put a weasel in there,
billion
baby.
miles of
Let's get it
superconducting
going.
wire. That's enough wire to go around the full orbit of Earth, not its circumference, its orbit, twice. The wire in this machine could line a path from the Earth to the Sun and back 6 times. Scientists use the absurdly impressive engineering of these accelerators to study the fundamentals of the universe, the structure of matter, space, and time, and the interactions between atoms and their constituents at their most basic. This is done by accelerating particles through a near-perfect
Particle
vacuum of magnets
accelerator.
and smashing them together at near-light speed to record what happens
Smash
with
them atoms.
sophisticated detectors.
Someone get a
Rogowski
weasel
was
in there.
intimately familiar with the physics here, and he was about to get closer to it than any human before or since. Murphy's law is the adage that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And the day a high-energy particle beam pierced a physicist's brain, everything did. Rogowski asked the control room to remove the beam in the experiment hall in 5 minutes, but he arrived at the chamber earlier than expected. The automatic lock that should have prevented Rogowski from entering the room was turned on. The previous experiment was using a low-intensity beam, and apparently someone thought that locking the door was overkill. And the last line of defense, a single light bulb that illuminated a sign indicating the danger beyond, burnt out just before Rogowski arrived. An experienced operator
Just an unfortunate set of
would
events.
reportedly have doubts about entering the unlocked door to the chamber so easily, but he proceeded anyway. Inside of the chamber, packets of protons were still flying silently and invisibly through the
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if it had any
pulsing
sound.
beat between where Rogowski
Well, it
was
sounded like,
and where
too.
he needed to go.
It was super bright, but it sounded like
Back
anything.
down to check the instruments, as he had done many times before, Rogowski was instantly blinded when his head intercepted a particle beam with many trillions of protons moving at nearly 300 million meters per
He
second.
walks through it.
The subatomic particles, each carrying 70 billion electron volts of energy, effortlessly passed through Rogowski's brain, skin, and skull. According to a later
I
report,
wonder if his head, like...
he felt no pain.
Yeah, well, that's wild. He felt no pain. He just went, that'd be so scary. You just see a super bright light, and you're like, guys,
wasn't instantly killed, as you may expect. But after he saw 1,000 suns, Rogowski knew he was in serious trouble. Anatoly calmly finished his work in the chamber, logged a visit in a journal as usual, and then, without saying a word to anyone about the accident, went home.
No way.
The next morning, after a night of worrying symptoms, Rogowski was brought before doctors and dosimetrists. The left side of his head was swollen.
Yeah, no shit.
Translating from the official case history, Anatoly's doctors immediately calculated the dose he had received. Quote, an intense beam of high-energy protons with a transverse size of 2 by 3 millimeters passed along the trajectory. Occipital region of the head, mediobasal regions of the left temporal region, pyramid of the left temporal bone, bony labyrinth of the middle ear, tympanic cavity, jaw fossa, tissues of the left wing of the nose. The radiation dose at the entrance is 200,000 Roentgens. At the exit, it is more due to scattering on the material.
Yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause it went
300,000 Roentgens. In theory, the dose of ionizing radiation that is 100% lethal is just 1,000 Roentgens, 300 times less than what had been apparently absorbed by Anatoly's brain. The magnitude of these numbers begs the question, why didn't he die that day? When you hear a value like 70 billion
how the
electron volts, it's a way of quantifying the kinetic energy of particles, the energy of motion.
Because
And
it
if particles
was it going so fast? Don't tell me that they're gonna say it was going. I'm amazed that they're about to say that it was going so fast that it had met minimal resistance blasting through this dude's brain, that it just kept going. No.
Kinetic energy suddenly start encountering a medium other than vacuum, they will interact and lose some of that energy.
No.
In a biological material like your body,
Or a
this
weasel.
energy is going into ionizing your atoms, breaking up molecules, creating heat, and otherwise smashing nanoscale
Or a
structures.
weasel.
Enough of this damage will eventually end any living thing through the creation of cancer or the initiation of widespread.
But what if it's a large
And
hadron
particles
collider
entering a
and
medium
a weasel?
bump into matter and lose energy. As kinetic energy is the energy of motion, these many interactions will, as the particle proceeds, slow the particle down and eventually stop it. And where a certain particle will stop is not a mystery to nuclear physicists. It's something that can be calculated. For example, alpha particles pushing through the air at a defined energy will stop after only a few centimeters. This is due to the stopping power of air. Stopping power is a measure of the ability of a material to slow down energetic particles that travel in its interior. Understanding stopping power is very important in nuclear physics, but
And
this
in
knowledge can be
firearms.
practical too. It has recently given us a new way to fight the cancers that ionization can sometimes cause. When a high-energy massive particle like a proton moves through matter, it will lose energy, as we said, but more specifically, its energy will diminish in inverse proportion to its velocity squared.
So the faster it's
a proton
going,
will deposit the majority of its energy in a material right before it stops. This is what nuclear physicists call
Interesting.
the Bragg peak. And if scientists know how much an energy a particle will lose and where it will be lost, then in theory a particle beam could be directed to enter a material and destruct or destroy only a certain volume of that material. Well, this is exactly what so-called particle therapy does. Heavy particles from a small accelerator are pointed at a person's body and lose almost all of their energy at a calculated distance inside and no further.
okay. So to recap, depending on the mass of the particle, you can measure the radiation it'll give off as it's traveling, determine the point that you want it to destroy, and then do so. They're launching heavy particles into these people. That's fucking wild.
Particle therapy at its best can even pass through a person's
Never even
skull
heard of that.
to damage and destroy brain tumors non-invasively.
Wonder what that
Don't
feels
tell me
like.
Bogosi's-
Wonder if you hear anything. I wonder if you're conscious when that happens. I feel like they would need you to be conscious to make sure they didn't fucking zap anything they weren't supposed to. Like, hey, do you smell anything? Am I supposed to? No, you're good. Oh god.
And effectively received the most overpowered particle therapy session in human history. And so again,
Yeah, no kidding.
why didn't he die? The answer is the Bragg peak of the beam that he crossed and the stopping power.
So, I was wondering if that's what they're about to explain. That's literally what I said. So remember like 5 minutes ago where I was like, if they're about to say that this particle was moving so fast that it passed through this dude, and the only thing that he was left to deal with was the weight of the energy of this particle, and that's the only reason he lived, that's what they just explained. So what I just explained is what they explained for the past 5 minutes. The particle was moving at so fast with such little resistance that when it met the resistance of his head, it just passed straight through it, not damaging it. But the wake of that, since there wasn't enough resistance from his head, didn't just blow out the fucking tissue. It would have if there was more of his head, because it would have reached what was it? The blank resistance. It would have, and that's not if he was further this way. His head would have to have been bigger. It was moving so fast that it entered his head and exited it without messing with anything. The only thing that was left to mess with it was the wake particles or the gamma radiation that bounced around. And what they just said is he had the biggest particle radiation or particle therapy ever, but that was kind of a joke because it just passed straight through. Obviously, the particles they're using for particle therapy are moving a lot slower, and they can measure them. This one just went. Whoop. Yeah, so I mean, he still died. Don't let this fool you. This man was very dead within a couple weeks. This isn't like a, oh yay, happy ending to the story. But the reason he didn't just like his head didn't just was because of how fast this particle was moving. That's fucking ridiculous. That's ridiculous. This guy accidentally walks through a particle accelerator, pretty much. And it didn't kill him. That's wild. Yeah, and this is the scientific terms. They're putting it to yeah, hang on.
Or through the flesh. For example, look at how far a beam of protons will travel through water, a similar density to human flesh, at an energy 300 times less than what Anatoly experienced.
Water, what he experienced. So, if you're going across, right around here is where it would deposit the highest amount of radiation in water. But obviously we're not made of water. So, he is, okay, yeah. We're ahead of the video.
It's only around 25 centimeters, or a foot. Your head is likely not even 25 centimeters in depth. Therefore, the protons in this graph would not dump all of their energy in your head. They'd pass right through it. And even more powerful beams protons would then be able to travel even further before stopping. Anatoly's brain matter literally did not have the stopping power to bring the beam's high-energy protons to a stop and to create a Bragg peak inside of his skull.
Bragg peak. So the Bragg peak, which is the highest point of the gamma radiation, would have been on the other side of his skull. So there may have been gamma drop off on the other side of his head, but he didn't experience anything from the particle. He only experienced the fallout from the radiation of the gamma radiation going, which is why he has all this swelling and stuff here. It just went through him. Oh my god, this is cool.
This is why Rogowski did not even come close to receiving the full dose that the U-70 synchrotron could theoretically deposit, and that is why the actual radiation dose was so small.
Why he didn't just go
nowhere near hundreds of thousands of Roentgens. That he crossed the beam in the way that he did, of course, was pure luck, as was the path the beam took through his face, missing critical brain areas and blood vessels.
Okay.
Still, the fraction of energy he did absorb was enough to change Rogowski's mind and body forever.
No way he lived for longer than... Well, he eventually died of cancer. I'll say that right now. There's no way this dude did not eventually die of cancer or complications from this.
Visit buyhyundai.com.
When the doctors and scientists in Protvino first heard Rogowski's story, they didn't believe him. But the symptoms and the severity of the situation, an unprecedented accident involving the largest accelerator in the country, soon convinced them. The physicist was whisked away to Moscow, to the 6th hospital inside the Ministry of Nuclear
And they suppressed the information.
which actually specialized in radiation injuries.
Oh, let's study it.
After the meltdown of Chernobyl reactor number 4 in 1986, the world discovered via intense media
Everyone in the helicopter that's getting this footage right here,
coverage,
that's taking this footage from the helicopter that flew over it, died in the months and years later from cancer, from the gamma radiation going out of the top of this thing.
That such a hospital even existed. And according to an article...
if you haven't seen... this is one of my I love this kind of stuff. If you haven't seen the show Chernobyl, they capture it perfectly. One helicopter actually flew directly over the top of it, and it seized the rotors, rusted it immediately, and immediately killed everyone that was in there. So they just went... Wham! But it was gamma radiation, not electricity. It was a of gamma radiation, not like when you see the videos of things touching the transformers on the electric lines. It was radiation, not electricity.
Published by the Ecological Truth.
Every single night, 11 o'clock on TikTok and midnight Central Time on
the hospital in Moscow
YouTube.
treated the victims of accidents at nuclear reactors, both research and military, nuclear material production plants, and on nuclear submarines. But no one had seen a patient like Anatoly Prigozhin before.
How long did he live?
His face had swollen up beyond recognition.
Let's see it.
Over the next few days,
Let me see
the
it.
actual path the proton beam took was revealed by peeling skin and lost hair.
Mm-hmm.
Given this face value, few staff in the ICU thought Bugorsky would live, including...
I thought that was him for a second. I was like, yo, how did that happen? That's just a person.
Of every victim of the Chernobyl disaster. But with her overseeing his treatment,
why would they do that?
Bugorsky did indeed recover. However, what those treatments were, how long each took, how Bugorsky recovered specifically...
What is recover, though?
Unknown.
Yeah.
Every document and report, every statement and testimony related
Classified.
to his treatment was immediately classified.
Mm-hmm.
A year and a half later, Bugorsky returned to Protvino to work on the exact same beam and instruments that caused the world's first
He returned to work.
Accelerator accident. While scientists were publishing papers and dissertations surrounding the Bugorsky phenomenon behind closed doors, Bugorsky was working and required to return to the radiation hospital in Moscow twice a year to continue his treatment and to commune with other nuclear accident victims. Like former inmates, Bugorsky told Wired magazine in 1997, we were always aware of one another. Quote, there aren't that many of us, and we know one another's life.
Chandria, that's what I'm saying too, but I wonder how shortly after that happened that he did start feeling pain. I'm pretty sure it would have ruptured blood vessels and stuff on the way through, and then the swelling starts, and you go, oh shit, something's wrong. Like he said, he went home, and then his face started swelling up. So I'm he probably would have been immediately like, uh-oh, and then like be like, it's probably gonna get better, it's okay. That probably wasn't anything, you know, right? Like in denial, and then you get home and look in the mirror, and your face is like, and you're fucking, hey, you're like, damn, my head really hurts, and you look in the mirror, and it's like that. I think, yeah, you would have pretty quickly known something was wrong due to the swelling. It might not have hurt immediately. I think, yeah, woo, that's wild. We should watch, I forget what it's called, the Demon Core. We'll watch the Demon Core after this.
Generally, these are sad tales. Though Anatoly had survived an incredibly dangerous situation...
Anatoly sounds like a good pasta dish.
After a proton beam blasted through his brain, hearing in his left ear...
Is that him?
Disappeared. He started having epileptic seizures. Any mental effort was accompanied by extreme fatigue. The nerves on the left side of his face were destroyed, freezing his expression in place there for the last 43 years.
What?
And when he concentrates, only half of his forehead wrinkles. The decades following Bugorsky's accident...
He lived that long?
Though the physicist was able to defend his PhD in 1980, which he prepared before the accident, obtaining the medicine and treatment he needed was a bureaucratic nightmare. In the Soviet Union, so-called
Soviet Russia
were only legally recognized after the Chernobyl disaster in 1986. This meant, again according to the Ecological Truth Organization in 1998, quote, the entire material side of the cost of treatment and other compensation for damage to the health of victims is somehow legally related to Chernobyl, end quote. Bugorsky therefore had the right to compensation and benefits established by the law of the Russian Federation for, quote, the social protection of citizens exposed to radiation as a result of the Chernobyl disaster. But of course, Bugorsky's health had nothing to do with the actual Chernobyl disaster. This confusion made him ineligible for the state insurance he was entitled to and badly needed. A Officials apparently found it too difficult to understand or process this mini Chernobyl Ugorski had been through. For a long time, they flat out refused to establish a new kind of disability group for him. And no group meant even more difficulty getting health benefits. Thankfully, Anatoly wasn't completely alone in this battle against the red tape of the once red state. The Protovinsky Institute of High Energy Physics and his colleagues at work did what they could, as did related labs and physicists working at CERN, the current site of the Large Hadron Collider. The well-known American entrepreneur and philanthropist George Soros
And in
even
Soviet
bypassed bureaucracy
Russia.
to establish a small grant for Ugorski. By 1997, however,
Particle accelerator gives you
Ugorski
cancer.
was actually entitled to from the state caught up with him. That year, a ban was placed on releasing more funds for Anatoly's continued treatment, which included
Right, Michelle.
insanely expensive drugs.
I'm
and
sure the topic
medications.
isn't really
The reason?
that
The specific
conducive
word
to
documentation
staying
of
awake
the
either.
said nothing of his unique encounter with the particle accelerator or indicated that he was part of a select few with similar injuries. It simply said that Ugorski had experienced an accident.
He experienced an accident. Oh no. He walked through a particle accelerator.
He did not speak publicly about his accident for over a decade, but talking with Wired magazine in 1997, the year his health was put into his own hands, Anatoly Vergovsky said that he would like to make himself available for study by Western scientists and presumably have his health looked after by them, but he admitted that he didn't have the money to leave the science tower for Proviso or leave the particle accelerator underneath past the brain, like it was very dead. I'm being tested, he said. The human capacity for survival is being tested. Until next time.
Good night, Adventure. Until next time. Hey, that's what I say.
Thank you so much
Ooh,
for
look
the
at
very
you.
good staff at the facility for their direct and
Cutie
substantial
man.
support in the creation
Cutie-
of this
cutie-
video. Today, especially
cutie long hair.
recognized research is
I like their videos. Let's see what else they got. Oh yeah, the guy who lived in the fucking.
This is already one of my favorite weapons in all of video games. It looks great, it plays great, it makes me feel worthy whenever I return it to my hand.
What is this?
But outside of
History's
Midgard,
worst
will this
software
axe actually
error?
freeze flesh and inflict icy damage like it does in the games. Oh boy.
Wish your car's air freshener
I'm
didn't start
curious.
so strong and fade too soon? Try Febreze Car Vent Clip.
Try Febreze Car Vent Clip.
Febreze releases a consistent amount of
Okay,
soap.
okay.
40 days. Won't overwhelm, won't fade away. Febreze
Oh yeah.
Love your gift to my
Well, there's a commercial that we can't
Because round wings
skip through. Let's see how many subs we got. Ooh, damn, y'all.
So you'll feel like you just
We're almost to 3,000. We're less than 30 away from 3,000 subs. We're making some good
woke up on a warm,
good time.
June day, 1985. and prepared-
Chandra, is it the guy who lived in the Iron Lung?
The 61-year-old manicurist got dressed and drove.
Yeah, that's what we're watching. The worst software error, because it looks like it's something to do with health.
Oncology Center in Marietta, Georgia, where a state-of-the-art linear accelerator called the Therac 25 would direct high-energy electrons and/or X-rays into our lymph nodes.
We just learned about
Done
this.
for patients in the area thousands of times.
We're so prepared to get to learn about this thing.
Painlessly deliver around 200 rads to her upper left chest. But that day, something went wrong. Yarborough felt a red-hot sensation instead of nothing. "You burned me," she told the technician, who quickly assured her that this wasn't possible.
No, you're
For the
good.
next few
Let's keep
weeks,
going.
She would need one breast fully removed, and her left arm would become completely paralyzed. But her useless arm didn't stop her from living her life, or from driving.
Or from suing the
She died
shit
5
out of
years
whoever
later
did
when
it,
her
right?
car was struck by a truck on a Georgia highway. Katie Yarborough was the first victim of what would be later called some of the worst software-caused accidents in history.
Oh no shit! It was an actual software malfunction?
Of the Therac 25.
Not human error, yo! Why hasn't this been turned into a fucking like sci-fi horror movie? What the fuck are
How
people
do you
doing
treat
in
an
life?
insidious and deep-seated disease?
Somebody give me money.
Forms
We
without
need this.
invasive and dangerous surgeries. One answer, in use for over 100 years now, is radiation or radiotherapy. The concept.
Do you know how good this would have gone over in, like, when the internet was coming out, like, right around Y2K? This is not obviously this happened right around that time anyways, but imagine, oh, god damn it. It would be amazing now if it was censored around this. Okay, it's a Y2K, and people just go, nah, that's just some Y2K bullshit you're afraid of. But no, it was an actual bug in the system that went around, like, selectively killing people. Like, oh my god. Final Destination type shit. Bug in the system.
That suggests radiation in the form of high-energy particles and photons can ionize or otherwise change atoms and molecules. In a sensitive structure like DNA, enough of this damage can lead to the death of a cell. A disease like cancer progresses through the unchecked of cells. So why not try blasting these mutants with
this is what we learned, but in more detail. I fucking love this.
Nature pass invisibly through body tissue. What began in earnest only after World War II and the first nuclear reactors is now a highly sophisticated field that uses three-dimensional body imaging and targeted beams of radiation from linear particle accelerators to prevent, halt, and otherwise destroy cancer cells.
I'm gonna grab some more coffee real quick.
Radiotherapy is considered an effective weapon in 4 out of 10
shit, I gotta make more coffee. Give me 1 sec.
In 1976, AECL Medical, a division of Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, developed a revolutionary double-pass accelerator, which streamlined linear accelerator designs by using electromagnets to send beams through a target twice instead of once. The Therac 25 was one such double-pass machine, 7 feet high and 12 feet wide, smaller than previous accelerators. Also unlike the accelerators of old, the Therac 25 was run principally by software instead of hardware, lines of code instead of interdependent physical mechanisms. In 1983, AECL performed a safety analysis on the new machine and started selling the Therac 25 to excited customers. This state-of-the-art device was in high demand. However, left out of that 1983 analysis was any interrogation of the software that ran these complicated devices, of the code based on the older Therac 20 model and written by a single person, a coding hobbyist, who left the company in 1986. He remains unidentified to this day. 2 weeks after Katie Yarborough told her technician that she felt a burning sensation during her cancer treatment, there was a red mark the size of a dime on her chest. And directly opposite that mark, a larger disc on her back. Tim Still, the medical physicist at Keystone, examined her. That looks like the exit dose made by an electron beam, he said. It looked nothing like what could be described as a dose.
Go. Up there.
The physicist later estimated what actually hit Yarborough was closer to 20,000 rands, hundreds of times more than what you receive standing inside a failed reactor at Fukushima Daiichi. But Dr. Still wasn't able to recreate a beam of that strength with the machine himself, so he contacted a professional organization to tell them what had happened. He quickly got a call from the AECL in response, telling him to stop making these claims without any proof. They assured him that such an overdose
I love that.
simply wasn't possible.
I love that the Kodak whatchamacallit, autistic blurb of fixated knowledge that I have got us on this whole thing here. I like that.
Over the next few weeks, the dime-sized red circle on Yarborough's chest became a hole. Skin graft.
See, but this is how I love learning about stuff, because it's like, oh, I already knew a little bit about this subject. You mean there's other stuff connected to it? Let's fucking go. But then that's how you turn into that's how it turns into a fixation, when you realize, oh, like everything's kind of connected.
And any tissue simply melted away. Her left breast, recently cancer-free, had to be entirely removed.
Because background gamma radiation could also get us into the Big Bang. And the new James Webb Telescope. There's a lot of associations that my autistic brain would like to bounce off when it comes to this, but we gotta take our time. We gotta be careful with that.
Left arm was now mobile. Many sources report it was though a slow-motion gunshot gone through her chest and out the back.
Hakuna Matata.
And sued the hospital. And
It is a wonderful phrase.
Of 1905. But she wouldn't live to find out the reason why nanoscopic.
Circle of life. I don't know the lyrics to
Something
that song.
similar to Barbara. A 40-year-old woman with cervical cancer arrived for her most recent Therac-25 treatment at the Hamilton Regional Cancer Center in Ontario, Canada. She too was hit with a slow motion bullet, complaining of tingling electric shocks.
Slow motion bullet. Interesting way to put it.
That what the Therac operator had mistakenly irradiated her hip with several times was a total of 17,000 rands. A larger dose than what Harry Donovan Jr. or Louis Sloppy received in Medina. The AECL was informed immediately and had an engineer dispatched to examine the unit. The microscopes that controlled the position of the unit's turntable were deeply faulty, and a software change to constantly check the turntable position was complete. AECL would later find as September letter to customers that this change had increased the safety of the Therac-25 by 5 orders of magnitude. But the cervical cancer patient died a month before the diagnosis. On November 3rd. Her official cause of death was her cervical cancer, though an autopsy revealed that if she hadn't, her hip, obliterated by high-energy radiation, would have to have been entirely replaced. 5 days later, a letter from the Canadian Radiation Protection Bureau thanked the AECL for hardware fail-safes and additional software changes, but nothing came of it. Just a month after the heavily irradiated cervical cancer patient died, it happened again. A Therac-25 unit at the Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital in Washington State, supposed to
I just kept doing it.
safer, hit another cervical cancer patient in the hip with more radiation than what Cecil Kelly did when a large pool of plutonium went off critically in space. Thankfully, the woman ultimately suffered only minor disability and scarring. The more impactful outcome was that doctors and Therac-25 operators in the US and Canada were talking to each other.
Drop it low.
Something was going on that the AECL obviously wasn't addressing or didn't care to.
Whoa.
2 months later, AECL declared that, after careful consideration, we are of the opinion that this damage could not have been produced by a malfunction of the Therac-25 or by any operator error. However, over the next 12 months, Therac-25 malfunction and operator error would kill the cancer patient.
That's why they're like, yo, it's not any of us, it's literally a bug in the system, so stop using the system.
The Therac-25 software likely had around 100,000 lines of code. Small by today's standards, but complicated nonetheless.
It's probably like a missing decimal point or something.
Operators would later testify that they encountered as many as 4 serious error messages a day. Many of those errors would simply read malfunction with a number from 1 to 64. These numbers were not explained, not by AECL, not in any manual. Operators also admitted that they became accustomed to this ambiguity rather than fearful. They could and did
accustomed to the ambiguity
to proceed without knowing whether or not an error code was benign or potentially deadly. It was part of the job to keep an expensive and sought-after machine like the Therac running. Malfunction 54, one of these mysterious, undefined errors, would turn out to be the one you couldn't get past. But it would take 3 catastrophes before anyone figured out what they were allowing to happen. Ray Cox lay beneath the Therac-25 unit at the East Texas Cancer Center in Tyler, Texas, for his ninth cancer treatment. A technician set his dose at 180 grams. Then she noticed a mistake. She had selected X for X-ray instead of E for electron. She quickly moved the cursor, made the change, and activated the machine. Malfunction 54. Used to this find out, she hit proceed anyway. Mr. Cox then felt a powerful shock. According to reporting done by Barbara Wade Rose, Cox tried to get up, But because the intercom for the room just happened to be broken that day, the technician didn't see him struggling or hear him screaming.
And fired again, didn't they?
So she hit him again.
Yep.
Another shock ripped through Mr. Cox. The technician only stopped when she heard Cox slamming the door she was behind with his fists. He was examined by physicians and sent home. To return if anything changed. A few weeks later, he returned to the hospital, spitting blood. After the accident, no one can reproduce malfunction before. AECL told the hospital that an overdose was impossible, suggesting maybe it was indeed an electric shock that produced the sensations Mr. Cox felt, but ruled that out too. The company claimed it knew of no other similar accidents, so the use of the Therac unit resumed 17 days later.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Dwayne Ray Cox died the following August after receiving a calculated dose.
Like, this makes me think of like the Scooby-Doo and the Phantom Menace and just like some fucking like some internet bug just going nah, but like bug as in like a glitch in the system.
The worst dose a liquidator would receive when the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded just a month later. Only 4 days after the Therac at the East Texas Cancer Center was back online, 66-year-old bus driver Verdon Kidd walked through the lobby on the way to his scheduled treatment. He was to have a Therac 25 aimed at the skin cancer on his face. Malfunction 54. Treatment proceeded. A loud noise brought the technician back into the room.
Like, if y'all are Archer fans, it's the little pirate that goes, hush, hush, what? And they're just like, oh, this little fucker again. And then it's like, no, that's literally killing people. There's like, oh no, malfunction 54 again. Click.
Mr. Kidd writhing in pain, confused.
Hush, hush.
He said it felt like something hit him on the side of the face. He saw a flash of light, heard an intense, sizzling sound.
Bam! Ah, shit, sorry!
The cause could be determined. Verdon Kidd died a month later from radiation-induced...
Pants blinded cereal again! It was the malfunction 54, I promise! Like, that's an entire skit right there. Someone give me money.
Was the first recorded...
Let me go grab that coffee real quick.
...treatment in medical history. The Therac technician on site and physicist Dr. Fritz Hager stayed the weekend after the Kidd accident, attempting to recreate malfunction 54, the malfunction that AECL said wasn't possible. They changed the machine's modes, moved the cursor quickly up and down, and typed in different treatment instructions for hours upon hours, and then suddenly, they did it. Dr. Hager telephoned to AECL immediately. The FDA, already investigating the accidents, declared the Therac 25 defective and demanded a corrective action plan, or CAP, from the company. A letter soon went out from the AECL to all Therac 25 users. Quote, effective immediately, and until further notice, the key used for moving the cursor back through the prescription sequence must not be used for editing or any other purpose. End quote. It was something that everyone had missed, and it was finally going to be fixed. But even after everyone knew what malfunction 54 was and how to fix it, the accidents continued.
Watch out, Lucy. Hot coffee.
You don't think of software as something being able to fail. Once code is in a computer,
I do so.
How could it bend,
Y2K,
or break like a pane of glass? But like any machine, there's a difference between how it's supposed to be used in theory and how it's actually used in practice. The Therac 25 used magnets to filter and control powerful beams of radiation. Magnets that, after an input was received, physically took 8 seconds to move everything into position. Fine in theory. What Dr. Hager had figured out was that if an operator set radiation levels and then made a change to those levels within the 8 seconds it took for the magnets to move, the change was not detected. The magnets were already in motion. This could and did allow powerful unfiltered beams of radiation to strike patients. This animation, reproduced in Spanish, shows the sequence of events needed to produce
Why is it in Spanish?
malfunction 54. In theory, An operator would make a change and then wait for the magnets in the machine to move. But an experienced operator, working with the Therac every single day, encountering multiple error messages a shift, is in practice more than likely of making a change, like changing a beam from X-ray to electron, within 8 seconds. There was no code in place to check whether the prescribed input on the monitor matched what the machine was actually set up to do.
What?
The Therac 25's reliance on software and not hardware interlocks like previous models also meant that input errors didn't have mechanical failsafes.
Yeah, there's like, oh, alright, oh well, here we go.
Irradiating people. With malfunction 54 finally identified,
See, who programmed this? Cyril? And Cyril's just standing there with the his eye patch, and Pam goes, oh, see, sorry. It's a whole sitcom.
They'll sent the first corrective action plan to the FDA, part of which were changes to the Therac software to tell the machine where the cursor actually was. The CAP was revised twice by the FDA over the next few months, and Therac 25s were back in use for a year.
I wouldn't trust it. But then again, probably like everything in medical science has probably gone through that. Like, CAT scans, someone went in there with fucking fillings sometime. I don't know.
Yeah. On January 17th...
I should be making money on this, right? So, like, this is what I hope for eventually, is, like, you know the people who have, like, talk shows where they watch shit? It's the one guy who, like, they'll just be sitting there just, like, smoking blunts and watching cool shit, just doing talk shows. It's what pretty much what fucking Action Bronson did for the longest time. Just smoking blunts with his friends, watching crazy shit and talking about it. Except, I'm not just going, wow, that's wild. I'm connecting it to other shit and teaching you things. But I am kind of making money on it right now. We're doing the monthly memberships. It would be nice to obviously get the numbers higher and make even more money. It'll happen eventually. I'm just hoping it'll happen sooner than later because I'm broke as shit right now.
Don, 65, walked into the Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital for treatment of a carcinoma. His disease was to be flooded with 86 rats.
And it was 8,600.
On the man's chest with 10,000.
Jesus, what, just a base set of 10,000? They aren't even adding zeros or decimal points? They're just like, nope, you're getting 10.
Stopped using machines altogether after this accident. They were paranoid. They thought this had been fixed.
So Jay, along the same lines, I've been thinking of starting to make music. We've already talked about my voice being late night talk show hosty, but making music that I listen to while I stream. Like earlier, people were asking, well, what music is this? And if I was like, it's mine, go listen to it on fucking SoundCloud or whatever, I would make money doing that too, right? Another way of just promoting my own shit. Other people making money off my clicks and stuff. Why not make my own money off my own clicks? So I am looking into how that is done. If anybody has... Oh wait, what am I doing? I actually need to... hang on, this is going back in the kiln. I skipped a step. SoundCloud rapper, exactly. But honestly, that's where you need to start. Figure out how to make beats, figure out how to do shit like that, and then put it on SoundCloud and see if you get views. Use it for your videos and shit. I just need to figure out how to do it. Because this camera here is good. Like, y'all hear good... Whatever. You can hear that go, and you can hear the TV, you can hear all that. So if I made a nice room with some padding and shit, I could do... I'm obviously not gonna, like, do lyrics and stuff. We could do, like, how the rave was earlier, the, are you ready? Stuff like that. You better hang on. Stuff like that, right? Padded wall room. Give me the padded wall room. But I like this closet or the other closet. There's enough space in there to be able to just yank this out. Well, I guess technically this still has to be plugged into here. We'll figure it out. But yes, one of the end goals is eventually to make my own music too.
Was safe. What did they miss? What was going on?
All around content creation.
It was discovered that the Therac 25 had another invisible software error. Inside the code was a so-called...
There's a bug hiding behind the bug.
...that would constantly check whether or not the machine's turntable was in the correct position, make adjustments if necessary, and then revert to 0. Anything other than a 0 in the code, therefore, was an error, and the machine would not proceed with it.
That's a Y2K if I ever heard it. If it wasn't a 0, it just reset it.
Like your car's odometer, this code ticked up checks only until a certain value. In this case,
that's what Y2K was. They thought it was going to...
256. After that, it would tick over to 0 out of necessity. If a technician entered an erroneous treatment at this precise moment, just an instant before the next check, the computer would read a 0. No errors, and proceeded.
So if they did it too fast...
arithmetic overflow, and it's what killed Dom.
Because the technician was too good at their job?
The FDA again declared the Therac 25 defective, recommended that
with the hella D voice.
Out of service.
See, and that's what I mean too, like with the Cameo shit. That's what Cameo is for. Is like, hey, say this with that deep voice, and then they give you $3 or whatever, right?
Action can be taken. Finally, the accident stopped.
Literally, yes, exactly. I'll get there eventually. That's one of my goals for. That'll be my goal for winter. Is figure out a place to live, but in the meantime, make more money doing stuff that I want to eventually when I get there.
23 software changes and 6 hardware safety features. The largest of which was a dose per pulse monitor, a fixed machine that would shut down dangerous doses even if all the software safety checks failed. However, unsurprisingly, after high-profile and unprecedented accidents, the Therac was no more. In 1988, AECL dissolved their medical division, and lawsuits from families were settled out of court. At the time of this recording, with a cursory search, I was unable to find any hospital actively using the Therac 25. Even if they are, which isn't unlikely, the machines are probably...
Wait, what does the beginning of that say? One sec, let me read that in a sec.
Without any further incidents to point to today, no hospital wants to draw active comparison to disaster. Today,
I appreciate the $2 direct here. I just can't read it. It's covered.
A unique case study of what can go wrong when new technology is trusted implicitly and when ethical decision-making malfunctions. AECL assumed that the software for the Therac 25, written by a single unidentified hobbyist and imported from the older Therac,
what's that first word there?
Did not have residual software errors to be tested. It didn't consider how the machine was being used in practice, never envisioned something like malfunction before. The company repeatedly denied knowing of any accidents and believed
alarm preview? Okay, hang on. What do you want me to say?
Like 5 orders of magnitude increases in safety.
Do you want me to make it up? I can make something up real quick. Hang on. Give me a sec.
The FDA requires documentation on all software for new medical products, which the Therac 25 didn't have, that can be investigated independently. 10 years after the deadliest software errors in history,
that'd be fucking hilarious if I...
Bill Burke, the lawyer for the first...
Wake up, grab a brush, and put a little makeup. Grab the keys, and it's time to get started with a shakeup. Watch the keys up on the table! See? You could do something like that, right? And then... Huh, what? Oh, yeah, okay.
To comment on the events. Quote, the thing that amazes me is that the people who develop these machines are sure
and then that goes viral. And then other people are like, oh, I want a customized alarm.
And yet, nobody would have gotten hurt if somebody had just used common sense.
Just a little common sense.
Until next time.
Good shit. What else we got? We're gonna hang out until 3 again. At least. We'll see how far we're getting. I got you, Jay. I appreciate the $2 direct. Yeah, Fiverr, Paul, like you said. So, Cameo is the main one, right? Can you do voice? Oh, sorry, hiccups. Oh god. Can you do voice stuff for Cameo too? Which one is that one? Which one is the one that I'm thinking of? Hang on, let's just go back to this dude's cameo.
God
Okay.
of War's Leviathan Axe is already one of my favorite weapons in all of video games. It looks great, it plays great, and it makes me feel worthy whenever I return it to my hand. But outside of Midgard here, will this axe actually freeze flesh and inflict icy damage like it does in the games? Oh boy. It's science time.
Now entering the facility.
If we really want to know whether or not a real Leviathan axe can freeze stuff in our world, we must first better define our question. What we really want to know is whether or not some hunk of metal can thermodynamically transfer enough
I'm trying to see what we're going to watch
from
next.
flesh stuff to bring that flesh stuff down to freezing temperatures in a reasonable amount of time. Thankfully,
Let's watch the Fukushima nuclear disaster, because I don't really know a whole lot about this one myself.
For a limited time.
Cameo,
First
yeah.
sign you see of a deadly tsunami, paradoxically, isn't a wave.
Big old punk of metal.
If the trough of unstoppable incoming energy reaches the shore before the crest, there is no wave. Water instead recedes dramatically and attractively, luring beachgoers to a seafloor that has never seen the air before. But moments later, the rest of the energy arrives. A colossal curtain of power slows from over 500 miles per hour to just 50, bunching up as it does so and rising with the seafloor.
I was going to say, it was because of the tsunami, right? That flooded the...
2011, a tsunami resulting from a 9.1 magnitude earthquake would end up inflicting the worst single loss of life in Japan since a nuclear bomb was dropped on the city of Hiroshima.
Let's be clear, since the United States committed a war crime
in 1945. This unprecedented catastrophe created two types of ghosts. Ghosts that would haunt the land of the rising sun to this day. The spirits of those lost in the tsunami, and the invisible specter of atomic radiation from the second worst nuclear disaster in history.
that you can still read in the tuna that we eat now. You can trace the radiation in the tuna that we eat back to Fukushima.
Of the hauntings of Fukushima.
The Tianjin explosion? Hell yeah, I'll check that out for sure. We can do that next, depending on how long this is. It is 25 minutes. Yeah, we got time.
2 weeks before the start of the summer of 2011, at 2:46 p.m., a so-called undersea megathrust earthquake shifted a gargantuan section of Earth approximately 72 kilometers east of the Oshika Peninsula of Tohoku, Japan. 32 kilometers below the seafloor.
Why are we eating the tuna still? Because it's at safe levels now?
Energy would explode from the Earth in the 6 minutes that would follow. It had been building up there for over 1,000 years. Released was a total energy equivalent to burning the entire Earth's fossil fuel reserves all at once. This unfathomable energy fathoms below the ocean's surface.
This unfathomable energy fathoms below, huh?
100 miles per hour. When these waves made landfall in Japan, they carried with them walls of water up to 50 feet high. Before the day was over, 217 square miles of Japan would flood. Water would be found 6 miles in length. In just minutes, over 100,000 buildings would be destroyed, and millions would lose access to running water and electricity. Official numbers from 2021 report that in one day, 19,747 people would lose their lives.
Oh my god.
Most of them would drown, and most of those people would be elderly. Over 2,000 people are still missing today. The 2011 earthquake would become the largest Japan ever recorded, and the world's fourth largest earthquake since records began over 100 years ago. To quote Naoto Kan, then Prime Minister of Japan, in the 65 years after the end of World War II, this is the toughest and most difficult crisis for Japan. And then came meltdowns. A literally earth-shattering earthquake and a flood taller than most buildings is the kind of combined event that is rarely designed for. The Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, first commissioned in 1971, is a large nuclear facility consisting of 6 boiling water reactors. Nestled directly against the Pacific Ocean, Fukushima Daiichi is one of the largest nuclear power plants in the world. And like all nuclear facilities, it was engineered with safety in mind. Structures, designs, and procedures tailored against even extremely unlikely dangers like large earthquakes, floods, and terrorist plots. What it was not designed for, however, for the sake of practicality, was a simultaneous combination of more than one of these events. Nothing is engineered for this. The 2011 earthquake and tsunami, therefore, was something like a chance asteroid strike, far from ordinary and far from prepared for. Slim to nothing chances, combined with human error, are what would create the conditions for the only other event in human history to receive the highest rating on the International Nuclear Event Scale. Japan was about to have its very own Chernobyl. When sensors at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant detected the fourth most powerful earthquake in recorded history, the active reactors on site automatically inserted enough control rods in the cores to absorb the neutrons feeding the chain reactions and shut them down. This also meant, however, a sudden loss of power, and so the emergency diesel generators at the bottom of the plant, just 5 meters above the waterline, switched on, all according to plan. Approximately 60 minutes later, however, a wall of water over 50 feet above sea level slammed into the plant. Fukushima was now drowning in flood waters well over twice what was considered a worst-case scenario of the design. The diesel generators, the source of power needed to move water around the plant and continue cooling the reactors all the way down, failed almost immediately. Before the day was out, coolant water would be boiled away, nuclear fuel would be exposed to the air, and the temperature inside reactor 1 would rise to half as hot as the surface of the sun.
Half as high as the surface of the sun? Goddamn.
Once Fukushima started drowning, its fate was sealed. In the days to come, both reactors 1 and 3 would be rocked by powerful explosions, the result of hydrogen gas buildup from materials evaporating during their meltdowns. Reactor 2 would also melt
my back.
on March 14th.
I'm leaning too far back.
Explode.
I end up going further and further back whenever I
For
do
the third time
hand torching.
the most dangerous substance in the world, and
my back.
This radioactive lava oozed to the bottom of the container.
Ooh, radioactive lava. Let me eat it.
14 centimeters.
Let me bite my teeth into the radioactive lava,
I say
please.
probably, because to this day we don't know where all the corn ended up. What was known was that nuclear fuel was no longer contained.
We don't know where it went. Sorry. It's in the ocean.
By the explosions, by
That's
the
where Godzilla
floodwaters,
comes from.
and by the reactors themselves. But the radiation...
Doesn't that sound like the most biteable?
Wasn't the only invisible...
That's like ultra forbidden honey. That's the irradiated forbidden honey. Irradiated forbidden molten lava. That's peak. That's up there with the mummy juice from when they opened that one sarcophagus. That should be a video. Top 10 things I want to eat, but probably shouldn't.
It is impossible to convey in words just how much was lost when the tsunami hit Japan. The
Number
raw,
one,
uncaring power
the mummy
of water
juice.
Cars, homes, sidewalks, hospitals, banks, scrapbooks.
Number 2,
pets,
the irradiated
holiday planners,
lava created from the
mothers and
Fukushima.
their daughters,
Let's stop making jokes for a little bit.
fathers and their sons. The entire infrastructure of a society.
Be
But for
serious for a
everything that
second.
was taken, something remained. According to
It's okay, some people deal with tragedy with comedy.
Who have been living in
Don't come
Japan
at
for the
me.
last 18 years, shortly after the disaster, survivors of the tsunami started seeing ghosts.
Forbidden apple juice?
Spirits were
Was it
allegedly
old? Was it
wandering
carbonated?
deserted beaches and standing slumped in waterlogged jackets on street corners. A woman, who undoubtedly died thrashing and alone in turbulent waters, would occasionally join her surviving friends for tea. When the spirit left, they said, the pillow she was sitting on was drenched in seawater. Many survivors had stories like these.
Scary.
It almost seemed like an epidemic, Richard Perry reported. After 2011, ghost stories in Japan's hardest hit cities became commonplace. The tsunami, in a very real way,
did you drink it?
Haunting.
Oh, that's why you're referencing that. You didn't drink it, but almost wanted, but you wanted to.
And the light has vanished. There are ghosts.
I see.
Unfortunately, I am able to see them.
It doesn't really matter whether or not you think ghosts are real, or whether spirits exist.
You did drink it? Oh my god, did you get sick? Was it carbonated?
When faced with death and destruction beyond your ability
Did you get superpowers that you're not telling us about?
Understandable, maybe even inevitable, that grief and trauma express themselves in ways that you simply cannot explain logically. Japan now had a ghost problem. There were so many reports, in fact, that academics started writing journal articles.
Right, yeah, did you get drunk? That might have had a high alcohol content.
Exercise spirits and cleanse those apparently possessed by them.
Ew.
It is not uncommon, says Dr. Charles R. Figley of the School of Social Work at Tulane University, for former survivors to have common reactions, be they sounds, smells, or paranormal sightings. Ghosts,
don't do that,
he says, are more tolerable than the void created by death. Writer Richard Perry also reported on one survivor in the Japanese city of Kumihara.
You should post it on TikTok.
The man now hates the rain.
Go viral.
Because he sees the faces of those that died in public. As a quick aside, if you want to know more about the survivors, cultural impact, and ghost sightings of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami in Japan, I recommend reading Richard Perry's full book on the subject, Ghost of the Tsunami. The worst thing that could happen at a nuclear power plant is the accidental release of radioactive material into the environment, as it is the material in the reactor's fuel rods, like uranium, that emits the energy and particles that can damage and or destroy living tissue. At Fukushima Daiichi, this material was escaping in two ways. Some of it was being vented into the atmosphere as workers tried to prevent the kind of gas explosions that shook reactor units 1 and 3. Unit 2 was spared an explosion because of this emergency venting. Other radioactive materials were flung into the environment by the explosions that could not be prevented. The majority of the radiation released by the disaster escaped in these two ways. The rest of the accident radiation was being discharged into the sea as contaminated cooling water, the very same water being pumped in to keep the failed cores from failing further. Hundreds of thousands of tons of contaminated water would be evacuated into the Pacific from storage tanks in the first few months after the tsunami. This approach was understandably incredibly controversial, because the coast of Fukushima Prefecture has some of the strongest ocean currents.
And they lied about it.
Radioactive water.
They lied about the levels that was coming out of it.
Everywhere. According to the French Institute for Radiological Protection and Safety, water seeping out of Fukushima was the most important individual oceanic emissions of artificial radioactivity ever observed. Japan was now being haunted by a ghost that had not...
No wonder Godzilla is set in Japan. I'm sorry, that was a horrible joke.
Chernobyl, a noun now synonymous with disaster, is the only other event in human history to receive the highest rating on the nuclear disaster scale. It would be easy, though, to put Fukushima in the same census with Chernobyl. It would be easy.
That one you can judge me for.
It would also be misleading. While there were explosions that released radioactivity at Fukushima Daiichi, the reactor cores themselves didn't explode. Rather, they slowly melted down and oxidized over a number of days, which meant that materials were actually stuck in the building and not rocketed into the sky by explosions that lifted a 2 million kilogram lid like it was a paperweight. Comparing the two disasters directly, Fukushima released up to 90% less radiation.
And let's put some perspective on it. Godzilla set in Japan because it has to do with collective guilt of nuclear bombing Japan twice. So that was in bad taste twice because it wasn't Japan's fault either time. Sorry, Japan.
Or as it burned up in Pripyat in 1986. Less radiation means less harm. Chernobyl ended up spewing contaminants that affected areas up to 500 kilometers away. Fukushima's contaminants only spread 60 kilometers. The exclusion zone created by Chernobyl
If we're not
was 30
counting tons and tons of ocean water that they recycle back into the ocean, I guess.
kilometers. In Japan, it was 20.
I'm glad I can make y'all laugh. Especially, I'm very happy I can make y'all laugh. I try to be funny sometimes. Most of the time, it's just my natural commentary.
And more than this, numbers vary. Fukushima, on the other hand, according to every report and estimate,
which is also, again, why I think I need just a shoot the shit show, you know? Where we hang out, smoke, and do this, right? And some glass blowing, which is kind of what we're doing already. I just need to start making more money off it.
0. No deaths. Measurements along Japanese coastlines also suggested that marine life would hardly be affected. The most at-risk people in the vicinity of the Japanese power plant.
Hang on, let's check our numbers. How many followers in the last month? Almost 3 million views in the last month. 14,000 new followers in a month. What about before that? 15, 30. Yeah, we're on some real good trajectory. But it would be nice if that trajectory would hurry up. Oh, thank you, Jay. I appreciate you. We're at 1.6 million views in the last 7 days. Yep, just need to make some more money. We need to keep trying to get people. So whenever we're live on TikTok, if y'all want to help out at all, just copy and paste. So y'all can spam. Y'all spam in chat. Check out the link in their bio. Because I can't say that anymore. You want to know what I realized? If you say that, your numbers go down. You say, link in my bio. You're not supposed to try to redirect people off of TikTok. Because they will realize that's what you're doing and tank your numbers. So if you want to help me out, just say, check out the link in their bio. Or Instagram is in the link in their bio. Or YouTube is in the link. Stuff like that. You can spam that stuff. That stuff will help me out for sure. But if you might have noticed me not saying that anymore, that's why. Or if I say it, I go, and I kind of catch myself. Because, yeah, you're not supposed to try to redirect people off the site, I realized. So, check out the link in their bio would be awesome. Or just check out the YouTube. And then people go, wait, where's the YouTube? And then I can say that. Yeah, check out the link in their bio to see what they make. Or auctions daily on their Instagram. Adult Swim on YouTube, stuff like that, just pertaining to getting people to YouTube mainly. Because again, YouTube is going to be the number one way we're going to monetize. TikTok is the number one way we're going to make tips, funny enough. But really it's only, like at the height, we make like $10, which is a little less than minimum wage if we're going to, if I'm going to do it. No, it is less than minimum wage because I do it for about 2 hours a night. At least. So we also have to be careful with that. We're just trying to collect as many ways of making revenue as possible until one of them hits, and then we have it as a steady income, which is the end goal. As of right now, no more mods, just because there are some functions within that I have to go in and set myself. And they aren't set as of right now. So before we start accepting more mods, I need to go in and do the presets. So I don't, not that you're gonna do anything nefarious with it, but before I start bringing on more people, I need to make sure it's all ready for that, because it is not right now. There's a lot of bad things that could happen with mod power. Yeah, and I'm still learning about all of them, so I want to make sure that all of that is in place. Because they actually recently started doing more stuff with that on TikTok. I believe mods can do more stuff now, and I this is me not knowing about that, and also adding to the reason. I got you. Yes, you other OG like day one watchers and viewers. The bigger we get, yeah, obviously we're gonna need to bring more people on for sure. And then eventually there'll be paid gigs too. You can just get paid for watching, hanging out, and filtering the spam out. Oh wait, let's go back to our overview. If we keep going with these numbers too, 6,000 followers in the last 7 days. I'm trying to... It's just so hard to get people to go from one place to the other. There's got to be better ways for monetization. Meh. The music. The music is the better way for monetization. Literally going, hey, what we're listening to right now is my music. It's also linked in my bio. Go listen to it. And then while I'm not live, people are making me money. And I hate to say people are making me money, but that's what it is the more you listen to it, obviously, the more money you make. It is, I think, the way that works, right? On Spotify or SoundCloud, it works off how many listens, or is it hours, or is it, I don't know. That's another thing I'll have to learn. It might be YouTube that updated the mod settings. It might be YouTube. Somewhere I know I got a notification that said, hey, your mods can now do more. And I was like, well, that's great, but I didn't know what they could do in the first place. I remember making that joke in my head. And so, I didn't dream it. I know that. I know sometimes I be making shit up. That one was real. That's YouTube? Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, YouTube mods can do more things now. Which we'll also need eventually when the numbers on YouTube go up. But it's very manageable. As of right now, y'all know that we only get people in here doing bad shit like every third, fourth stream. And obviously that changes quickly. We've seen how quickly that can change when we have our numbers go from 20 to 30 all the way up to like 100 viewers. So whenever that happens, it'll probably scare me into being like, yeah, we need more help. And then I got y'all, if you got me, for sure. Yeah, mods be getting big heads and be like, I'm a Discord mod. Yeah, now I've got so much power.
Wouldn't even experience radiation rates much higher than background. These comparisons are important.
See, and eventually, again, I hate to keep pausing it, we'll have it set up to where I'm a green screen, and we'll do the video of me over the green screen. We'll do that for gaming as well. We're going to do just all kinds of content. I just need to make more money, so I have more time to focus on doing that content, and that honestly, that's it. Isn't that sad? We need a sugar daddy to come along, someone with just a bunch of money. How do people do it? Finn, the cross-dresser, has that. Have y'all seen that? The assigned female at Twitch. AFAT, new classification for gender. Assigned female at Twitch. Finn, who goes by he, him pronouns, who is one of the prettiest girls on Twitch. Oh, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate that. Y'all just hanging out with me helps me more than anything. It's just a matter of that income. As an artist, which is my main form of income, it's already an unsteady amount of money coming in at any given point that I can't really dedicate any more time to streaming or to making music or to figuring out how to do either of those things as I would like. So if someone just came along and was like, hey, here's... Obviously, I'm being ridiculous. Here's $5,000. That would cover all the expenses for the next month, and that whole next month could be dedicated to just content creation, which will eventually happen. Eventually, we're speaking it into existence. Even just the y'all hanging out, like I said, is enough support that eventually that will happen, which is wild, right? The way that happens, people just come through, and with Finn specifically, they're like, here, put this outfit on, and not only are they sending him outfits, but they're paying him to put it on, too. You have to find your gimmick. You have to find your niche, and we're finding it more and more. If y'all notice doing the pyrotechnics with the music, it was very successful. Me not talking, not having to go over anything, people just being like, oh, this is so cool, not asking any questions, and blowing glass at the same time. We're onto something here. It's just a matter of seeing it through and figuring out the intricacies of monetizing it. Exactly, Jay. Right. Like I'm trying to capitalize on that as well, which will, it happens eventually. We do that as well, but it's angled more towards the creative. Not that your side isn't the creative, but the creative side of this side of the art, not necessarily the taking picture side of it, which I would also like to expand, because that is another revenue source that's built into it. Again, we're trying to tackle this thing from all sides. But yeah, you bring up a good point that's kind of what it fuels Finn as well. And I don't act like, I'm not gonna act like I don't put my hands in the camera when I'm doing the fucking polling of the things. I know. I'm trying to do it all at this point. And one of the things is gonna hit, whether it's the glass blowing, whether it's the music, whether it's the actual products, the poll of the people. We got a little bit of everything going on right now, and we gotta wait. We gotta see it through. Yeah, we noticed. Oh, I know you noticed. That I do it on purpose. I realize it, and we're gonna keep doing that more so on purpose. We're gonna lean into it. All the things that get us views, unfortunately, we have to lean into. Like Mr. Beast, which is funny because that's kind of what a lot of people and myself model their growth and trajectory after, because that's how it happens. Fucker started by counting, literally counting on live videos, counting to however many he could, and yeah, just saw it through, knowing that eventually it would get picked up. And another thing is, I fully expect people to be screen recording while I'm doing the pyrotechnics and listening to the music. That's one of those things that goes viral when someone makes fun of you, and then other people go, "Oh shit, wait, that's actually kind of cool." I'm perfectly fine getting made fun of if it's gonna pay me. People have made fun of me my entire life, but now you're telling me I'm gonna get paid for it? Bring it on. Let's do it. Damn, they have long fingers. I have anime hands. Yeah, there's a little bit of everything going on. We can hit a lot of niche things with everything that I do, and it's all kind of stemming from the same area. It's just, somehow people end up finding those who are very well off in life, who just have money that they can just give to them, which it'll happen. We'll get there. It's various sugar aspects. It's various, and that's what it is. It might not always be sexual, but it is people who get off on your content, whether it is comically, whether it is to pass the time, whether it is for community or anything. Someone's gonna come by with money and be like, "This is cool, here's some money," because that's how they show thanks, right? Hi. Well, thank you, yeah. Oh, man. And that's kind of what it is, right? If it's going to be monetized, we can call it a kink, and that'll be a lot easier for me to process it, too, if I'm going to accept that into my life, right? But then we'll leave that stone unturned until it happens. Donations, right. And that's just as valid as y'all's time. I want to make that forefront, that somebody who shows their appreciation monetarily means just as much to me as y'all showing your appreciation with your time. And I know not everybody has a silver spoon up their ass. We'll find them. Give me that spoon. I'll clean it off. I'll shine it up. We'll make it look real nice and show it off.
See Fukushima as an equivalent Chernobyl. It's not. There is consensus among scientists that
we'll get there.
The impact on health is minuscule.
We'll get there.
Japanese nuclear expert Michiaki Kai.
Full circle. I emphasis by playing the thing sometimes. Full circle back to people are going to screen record that. People are going to go, "What the fuck is going on here? Look at this crazy dude doing this in their home," which has happened already once. And like they say, any publicity is good publicity. Especially if it's people calling you crazy, because crazy to some people is cool to other people. And it's just a matter of spreading that out. And I think it's happening. We just gotta Gotta see it through, my boy. I'd like a silver spoon up my ass. Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all? But again, that showing appreciation monetarily is just as valid as showing appreciation through your time, and I do appreciate it either way myself. It would be nice to find the other side of it, though. And what's funny is a lot of that is through being okay with being laughed at. Is people go, look at this dude, Finn, who's totally okay being paid to cross-dress. Let's lean into that and make fun of it. And then there's the other people on the other side going like, yeah, cool, lean into that. Part of it is the degradation. Part of it is purposefully capitalizing on the people who try to make it like, oh my god, look at this. And then the other people are going, oh wow, look at that. I'm the trash man. I jump in and I throw trash around. It will make it happen. Yeah, it's like we said. It usually happens overnight too, which is wild to think. And maybe it might not happen overnight. We're gonna see it through either way. We're on a cool trajectory upwards. It would be nice if I could start paying for most things with the streaming revenue and not have to blow glass. Flip the dynamic of glass blowing was the hobby, then it turned into profession. That would be wild if it turned back into the hobby because I'm making more money streaming while blowing glass. That would be a pretty interesting thing to happen, which I do see that happening in the near future. Glass blowing becomes part of what I do, and the work that I make becomes more sought after because of the other stuff that we're doing as well. And again, this is me just kind of speaking it to fruition. These are my thoughts that I've been having. And obviously we have to talk about them and say them out loud. And I also want to make sure y'all are on the same page too. I like bringing y'all along with the ideas that I'm having. That's always kind of been the thing though, is you want to have a retail source if you're going to go viral. You don't want to just get famous, you want to make money off it too, right? Anybody who's famous has products, has lines of stuff. Mr. Beast has Mr. Beast Burger, yada yada. Kylie, whatever her face, has all the makeups. Everyone has something. You gotta, why not make it something you're already doing, right? Exactly. So streaming is definitely easier per se than blowing glass. And if part of the stream is blowing glass, then that's just, again, hand in hand, compliments. That goes, cool, it's glass blowing hour, and we do an hour of glass blowing. That's fine. Right now, the pull is the glass blowing, the fire on screen, the pyrotechnics, all of that. It's just a lot to plan, and I do also think selling this house is going to lend to the more time to do all these things. The money is in the house. Start breaking the walls down. No, the money's not in the house. Oh god, see, that's what it is again. It all keeps coming back to that. I need to sell the fucking house. But also I need to not hurry myself. That's a big thing. It's a big thing to do, especially since I'm doing it alone. And let's be honest, I'm very alone right now. Except for y'all. And I appreciate y'all's support. Doing this all on my own is going to be very, very hard. But I'm ready. Let's do it. All of the stuff that's going to happen at the end is just all good things. More time to stream, more time to blow glass, money in my pocket, no more debt, new place, cool things. Oof. In due time. It is all in that direction. Don't want to speed it up, don't want to try to rush it. It will all happen when it needs to. In with the good, out with bad. In with the good, out with the bad. No, like y'all do physically help in the sense that I have a support system now that I didn't have before. I have a routine, people that I can go to and say, hey, I'm having a bad day, or hey, look at this cool thing that happened, or it is, and that's also what I hope I'm not providing for other people, but have an opportunity to give other people as well, is just that nice safety net feeling that you're not just going home at the end of the day not having anybody to talk to or to show the thing that you're proud of, right? Everyone needs that. And it sucks when you don't have it, especially if it's coming from a place of toxicity too. You're like, oh, I don't want to have to go back to this place and show this person. It's okay. Give them up. We got you. Oh, extra gilly today. Thank you. It's the talking, actually, believe it or not. And I've been coughing a lot. This new weed's got me coughing, so that. Exactly, Chandra, and that's where I'm at right now too. Another big fight with my mom, where I'm just like, no, I'm not going to accept less out of fear of being alone, just so I can have somebody in my life. I'd rather be alone. And they go, oh wow. Okay, go be alone then. And you go, okay. And they go, oh wait. And then he's like, okay, well, how many times are we going to have to do that before you realize that we do that every single time and you just do it by default instead of disrespecting me? Ugh, when the child is more mature than the adult.
An AFP. Still, it can't be said the risk is zero, which is what causes controversy.
Those are the gills that...
Despite the fact that the Fukushima disaster does not compare like
the cough muscles.
Chernobyl, its influence still lingered in a similar way, like a ghost face in a pub.
Ghost face.
Unlike Ukraine, Japan is one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Yes, the exclusion zone was smaller than Chernobyl's, as was the amount of radioactivity.
Gotta sell the house.
But it still meant that over 150,000...
See, and isn't it dumb that money is the main factor in, like... Your mom says she'll adopt me. Love that. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Hey, exactly, Chandra. I was thinking about that earlier, too. People who are used to accepting less than what they deserve do it out of fear that they'll be alone. And then when they stop accepting less than what they deserve and become alone, that's when you start realizing that you're not alone, because you start surrounding yourself with people who respect your boundaries and respect your worth. And you don't have to compromise yourself or water yourself down for people. That's a good feeling.
Their homes. Many thousands more relocated as a precaution. Potassium iodide tablets were distributed by the government. Food shipments to affected areas were halted. Japan had acted quickly to limit the possible health effects, and they were successful. But other damage had already been done, and may end up being irreversible. Contaminated soil could be shoveled away, water could be cleaned, but trust is much harder to recover. Surveys and testimonials agree that distrust of the Japanese government was and continues to be high, and that less than half of the evacuated residents plan to ever return to their homes. Those that do are mostly the elderly. They have more to lose. Young people are afraid to raise children in the exclusion zone. Signs installed with radiation detectors try to assure the public that areas are better, or are getting better, that it's safe to return. But reportedly, the government cleanup effort is widely viewed by the Japanese public as a kind of whitewashing, political theater for the 2020 Olympics. In 2015, almost 230,000 people were still relocated. This is the kind of cultural root that cuts deeper.
Oh, I'm leaning back again.
Theta or gamma radiation. In 2016, writer Steve Featherstone interviewed a man in Nahara, a town inside the Fukushima prefecture. The man had returned to again manage his restaurant, the only place with drinks in town. His daughter decided not to come with him. Behind the bar, Featherstone noticed that the clock on the wall was frozen at 2:47 p.m. The very same minute the earthquake struck the town half a decade beforehand. The man said he had vowed to never reset it, at least not until life in his town returned to normal. Ghosts took all kinds of forms after Fukushima.
Say goodbye to complicated supplement routines. AG1 is your daily multivitamin,
What up, guys?
probiotic for gut health, and so much more. All in one scoop, all in 1 minute. Go to athleticgreens.com/YouTube for your special offer.
Yeah, so I commented on that video that I made earlier, and I said, in my own perspective, I've always been comfortable being a doormat so long as the shoes get clean. And that's not good, because most of the time the shoes don't even get clean.
By December 2011, the reactors at Fukushima Daiichi achieved a so-called cold shutdown state. Thanks to
you start realizing you'd rather be alone than accept less than what you deserve. And then when you start realizing that, you start realizing you aren't alone because you have people that will realize your worth and will respect the boundaries that you've set. And now you have people who value you as you've set yourself as. It's also very easy to just start cutting people out. You gotta be careful with that, but shit, in my experience, just start chopping.
Efforts, it became physically impossible for nuclear fissions to begin again. And today, the plant is stable. The 3 melted cores are still emitting heat, but no more than that of a small car. No significant atmospheric releases have occurred. Water is still injected into the failure, but for dust suppression more than anything else. The plant itself has been
I wouldn't say your vibes are attracting people, but your set boundaries are warding off those who aren't going to respect them.
Covered with resin and concrete to protect groundwater. Literal mountains of contaminated topsoil.
Exactly what the conversation was with my mom today. She said, look, everyone's going to disappoint you. You should just get used to that. And I said, how horrible of a thought to water yourself down for people just because you're used to being disappointed in life. Oh, I'll aim for higher, thanks. Keep that shit to yourself.
Had been collected. A frozen wall of soil was created around the plant like an ice moat to prevent groundwater leakage. As of 2018,
and that's on generational trauma.
Daily workers at the power plant continuing on its decommission. An engineering effort of incredible.
Do not let your parents pass that shit on to you just because it's what they were used to growing up. Like, oh, I'm used to people disappointing me, and that's just what's going to happen in life. Like, damn, you had some shitty people in your life, then you shouldn't have accepted that. I'm not going to. Sucks for you.
Decades to complete, if ever. And today, 95% of the facility doesn't even require face masks or...
No, I'm not going to accept the generational trauma you're trying to pass me just because you did whatever you did within said generational trauma. Good for you, but no thanks.
There are shops and cafeterias on site.
Good for you, Jim.
A sign at the front entrance forbids playing Pokemon Go.
Forbid playing Pokemon Go.
And foreseeable end to what was an unforeseeable disaster. That is, unless someone did see it coming. TEPCO, or the Tokyo Electric Power Company, is the utility company that runs the power plant and is overseeing the cleanup today.
What's sad is I'm going to break that generational trauma, but I'm not having any kids, so it's just going to keep going with the fucking however many kids my sister's going to have, which is, what, 4? 4 so far? 4 right now? She might be pregnant now, who knows?
And in step with the Japanese government. To say that what happened to the reactors couldn't have been prepared for and or engineered for would be a lie. If what happened at Fukushima was anyone's fault, beyond what happened in fault lines a few kilometers outside
Is that the exhaust water?
It was TEPCO's. 1991, the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission warns TEPCO that emergency power could be lost as a result of flooding. No action is taken. October 1991, one of the 2 backup generators of Reactor 1 fails due to flooding. An engineer warns his supervisors that a tsunami could seriously
I appreciate that, Jay.
TEPCO installs doors.
And that's kind of what I'm hoping as well, is that as we talk about these things, I can be a shining example of the things that come with it, the goods and bads. Obviously, isolation, breaking generational trauma is traumatic in itself, but it is a lot more pragmatic and easy to deal with because it is present. It's not what your granddad did to your mom or your dad. Because that's not on you. You can't do anything about that. What you can do is stem the flow of it coming your way, though. Which is very, very hard to do. Very, very, very hard to do. Because a lot of times they don't even realize that's what's happening. And they don't really want that rude awakening from their child, in my experience.
2004, the cabinet...
That's more something that they pay a therapist for.
Office of the Japanese government warns TEPCO that tsunamis much taller than those planned for were indeed possible.
Exactly,
TEPCO does
Chandria.
not provide safety protocols. 2006, an in-house report recommended that TEPCO take safety measures against a potential tsunami of the exact same size that would hit 5 years later. The TEPCO leadership does not make the results of the study public as, quote, announcing information about uncertain risks would create anxiety, end quote. 2008. Another in-house study identified an immediate need to protect the facility from flooding due to larger tsunami waves than predicted. The prediction is not taken seriously by TEPCO. March 11, 2011. A tsunami wave the exact height warned about strikes the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, causing the second worst radiological disaster in human history. It goes without saying that TEPCO has faced intense criticism for its handling of the accident. On July 5th of 2012, an independent investigation concluded that TEPCO failed to meet basic safety requirements. The company didn't have proper risk assessment, didn't have plans for substantial collateral damage, and didn't have a realistic evacuation plan. But TEPCO wasn't undone by the disaster. That same month of 2012, the Japanese government infused TEPCO with 1 trillion yen to keep the company from collapsing. Its collapse would have seriously interrupted the supply of electricity.
It was fun. I love that. And they act so offended too. They act so self-righteous and offended when you point it out. Yeah. There's a lot to decompress when it comes to generational trauma. And most of the time, it's not going to be stuff that person's even thought about, because they're still thinking about everything from the perspective of that trauma. And then you shake their whole world up by going, hey, you realize you do this, right? I'm not going to allow you to do that. And this is why it's being done. Stop that. They go, oh. And that tells a lot about how they view you, too, is if they accept that and go, I appreciate you pointing that out, or if they go, you're my child, you shouldn't be the one to tell me this, right?
It would also go towards the decommissioning of the plant. TEPCO itself would soon...
That's exactly what happened. It's exactly what happened to me. I was like, why are you trying to convince me to accept less just because you were conditioned to? That's really sad. Why would you want that for me? And then they try to rationalize it, and they go, no, yeah, stop trying to rationalize it. There's nothing rational about that. Why would you do that to yourself? Stop trying to convince me to do it just because it benefits you. Nope.
Nationalized as a way for the government to step in and oversee damages and the decommissioning process. But
who says we're punishing them? Holding people accountable for their actions isn't punishing, no matter how much they try to convince you it is. People who are used to you walking over your boundaries will feel like being held accountable is persecution, and let them wallow in their self-righteousness. Ask them to come off that cross. It's good wood. I've literally said that to my mom.
October 12th, 2012, over a year after the initial disaster, that TEPCO would admit to any wrongdoing. The company finally admitted that it hadn't taken the necessary measures.
I was raised that way.
For fear of lawsuits
that sucks.
and protests. But they got those anyway.
That really sucks, huh? And a lot of it is them being mad that you're saying that you're saying to them what they wish they could have said to their parents. And you got to be careful with how you approach saying that too.
The Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant may now in fact be stable, but it is anything but solid. The plant will never be totally safe until the melted nuclear fuel is removed, and immediately after the disaster, no one knew exactly where it ended up. It wouldn't be until 6 years later, in 2017, that a remote-controlled and radiation-shielded submersible would find the final resting place of some of Reactor 3's core. A year later, melted uranium oxide was found in Reactor 2. Many robots attempted these explorations, but many of their electronics failed. The radiation inside these reactors today would still kill a human in just minutes. TEPCO therefore estimates it might take 40 years before all the fuel is found and removed. It would happen sooner if the technologies to efficiently do so existed today. They simply don't. The ghosts of Fukushima's reactors will require brand new technologies before they are finally exercised.
So I'm going to attach this to here, and it's going to come out this way, just a little bit, and then go like that.
Implicit understanding that death is not the end. In Japan, many survivors of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami believe that their epidemic of ghosts was somehow related to how their friends, family, and neighbors died. The rushing waters took them before they were ready, and now restless, ethereal forms wandered into place. In the summer of 2011, a cab driver was shocked to see a young woman hailing him. He was driving through a particularly hard-hit area,
and like Jay is saying, that's especially hard to do if people have supposedly moved on from that trauma and haven't been held accountable for it, and it's been years, however long down the line, and everyone's supposedly happy, and you realize the dysfunction that it caused, and you still try to hold them accountable for it, and they're like, why are you doing this? I'm such a nice person. Don't let them gaslight you. You say, no, this is what you did to the family. This is what you did to all of us. I'm not going to allow you to act like a good person now. And just because they have a good relationship with you doesn't mean that you didn't affect the relationship that I now have with them. And you shall be held accountable. Bring in the dancing lobsters.
And he had very few customers. The woman got into his car, and they took off. The cab driver noticed that she was wearing a heavy winter coat in the middle of
See, because everyone's relationship with everyone else is independent. Like my grandma is coming into town, and my mom tried to use it as an excuse to come and see me, and I'm going to push back and say if she wants to come and see me, she can. Obviously, she's making the effort and can go to see all y'all. If she wants to include me in that trip, by all means. I'm not going to make the extra effort myself. Right? Dancing lobsters. Bring in the dancing lobsters.
And it was soaking wet.
Can people not change? It's up to them to show you that they can. And if you're still noticing the dysfunction that their trauma has caused the family, obviously that they haven't changed. Or if they're not going to accept what their actions did to cause the dysfunction in the family, then that's obvious reason for you not to be around it. If they say, no, I completely understand that, and if you would allow me to help you work through the situation like me and your mother or me and your father did, I would be glad to be a part of your life. That's how a healthy person would deal with that situation. But if somebody goes, I didn't do that. What are you talking about? I didn't do those things to this family. I didn't do that to your mom. What do you mean we have a fucked up family dynamic? Get up on out of there. People will show you that they're very inclined to work with you emotionally. And it'll be very obvious immediately. And it's up to you, an empath like me, to not see the potential in people and to take it for face value if they go, nah. If you say, hey, you hurt my feelings just then, and they say, damn, why do you have your feelings hurt so much?
Hadn't rained in days. The girl told him to take her to the Minamihama district, which he knew was almost completely abandoned. There was a long silence. Then, in a voice that sounded like she was shivering as she did so, the girl responded,
Why are they doing these voices so like this?
The cab driver, now terrified, turned around to look at the young woman.
And you can tell that they were held accountable by the dynamic that was left in the family too. If your parents are still afraid of their parents, obviously that dynamic was never rectified. It was never turned into I see you as an equal person. It was continued into adulthood that there is a hierarchy of power just because I popped out of you, right? That's generational trauma, is a preconceived notion of respect just because you came first, right? I think we all know firsthand that whoever came first might not have done it the best way possible. And if you can't admit that, especially in reference to somebody coming to you and saying, hey, I don't think you are either, then there's more problems than just what happened that person needed to come talk to you about. Deep-seated emotional issues that you want to stay far away from. The people you want in your life are the ones who can go, oh shit, yeah, I do see what you're saying, let's talk about it. Yeah, with those voices. See, but I also do think we're conditioned to think, in reference to this, I think we're conditioned to hear Japanese voices as very sexualized because most of us Americans hear most of it in porn. Yeah, not only does age not earn respect, but blood doesn't either. The whole blood is thicker than water. They never finish the rest of that saying. It's blood is thicker than water, but ink is stronger than the covenant. which is saying, yeah, blood binds, but commitment is stronger than blood. It being written out and agreed upon and respected is way stronger than any oath of blood could ever be. They never ever want to finish that saying. Chandria, let's not go into too much detail. We try not to trauma dump in here. We're not going to do that. Yeah, remember, we're not trauma dumping in here. We can talk about situations, but we don't go into detail. Please delete that comment if you could. There's a little option next to it that says hide, if you would like to reword that.
Until next time.
Gotta consider that other people aren't really in a place to hear things or read stuff like that mentally, so more than okay to talk about stuff like that. This is a safe place to do so, but we want to be careful with words that other people may not want to go through hearing or seeing or reading. You're good, I appreciate you. Thank you for deleting that. We just try not to go into too much detail. Even though that a lot of what we watch has a lot of detail in it, we can assume that what we're going to watch is going to be what might be triggering, so we try to remove any other aspect of that from the conversation. What else we got? But yeah, that like you were saying though, a traumatic event that you might not be able to forgive someone for, but somebody else has, can be a strain on a relationship, but that should be something that could be talked about if it is a healthy dynamic. Because like I said, your relationship with other people are exclusive of those people that have the relationship with them in the first place. Your relationship with your grandparents should be exclusive from the relationship that they had with your parents. You have to be careful commingling dynamics like that. And that's what ends up passing on generational trauma, is when the dynamics get passed on as well. Is, oh, well, the grandpa doesn't even see the mom as an equal, so the grandpa's obviously not going to see the kid as an equal either. And that's a real weird, that's a dynamic that I'm in right now. It's a real weird dynamic trying to function within grandparents who still perceive you as a child because they still haven't perceived their kid as growing up either. Right? I'm going to write a book eventually. We're going to write some books. There will be a whole bunch of things. Oh, yeah. I would like to mend the generational trauma of everyone. For everyone to come together and kumbaya and go, oh, we had it so hard growing up. Oh, my God. Oh. And then everyone be better off for it in the end. Be like, oh, so this is how it's affecting the rest of our relationships. Oh, I recognize that you went through this. This is how it's affecting our relationship. It is not symbiotic. They are separate things, but they refer to each other. Oh, wow. We're talking about these things. Good job, everybody. Right? Conversation is the hardest thing to do in the first thing. And again, this is why you want to bring good faith people to the table who are going to converse about these hard topics and say, oh, you hurt my feelings. You don't want somebody to say, well, damn, stop having your fucking feelings hurt so bad. You want somebody to say, dang, how can we go about me not doing that next time that I can still get my point across, but it doesn't hurt your feelings in the process. Boom! Healthy relationship. And those boundaries are the hardest part. Those boundaries are the hardest part, especially if you're not used to setting them. And especially to people who are not used to you setting them either. You go, hey, can you not say that? And someone goes, what the fuck are you talking to me like that for? And you're just like, I just want you to say this instead of this. And they go, don't tell me what to do. Don't ask me to act. Don't tell me that I'm not treating you the way that you should be treated. It's interesting how it happens. People start weeding themselves out as soon as you start actually like standing up for yourself. It's okay to cut them out of your life. It's just a problem with us empaths. We have a real hard time following through with it. Which is what my post today was actually about. Full circle with the post from today. Seeing the potential in people instead of seeing them as they actually are. Do not get people confused with what you see them as being. You gotta see them for as they are. Because if you see someone's potential as them, you're gonna give them way too many fucking chances. You're gonna say, well, okay, maybe you hurt me again, but you learned something from it this time, right? You at least tell me you learned something from it this time, right? And then they do it again. You gotta accept people for who they are and not for who you hope or wish or see them as they could be. And that's the hardest thing. That's the hardest thing with anything, especially for me when it comes to anything. I am empathetic to a fault, to a problem, to the point where I have empathy for inanimate objects. We've talked about this before. Me and Jay make the joke, you gotta throw away the boxes in the other room, but you feel bad about throwing them away because of the potential of what could go in those boxes. Right? Same thing with people. Get rid of those boxes. There was a new moon just a couple days ago. We're in transition. Don't worry. This feeling is valid. And that's on generational trauma. See, and we have these conversations all the time. This is not like a rare thing for us. I just want a bigger audience so more people go, oh shit. And again, just us having this conversation is so meaningful to me in the first place. But I see the potential to help so many other people too. Because I didn't have a place to echo these thoughts off of when I was having them and while I'm having them. And to have the validation of other people saying, oh shit, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, while you're going through it is such a big thing. Because to not have that, you realize how big of a resource it is to have it. So just to try to be that for some other people would be a cool thing. Exactly. So, and a lot of people, one of the comments said, well, how do you explain to people that you have a problem with empathy? And I said, don't tell anybody. I said, don't tell that. Don't tell that to people. Say that's something you need to be hyper aware of in your own life and relationships, and not tell that to people, because you will get taken advantage of, even if it's by somebody who doesn't intend to take advantage of you. If it comes down to a discussion or unfortunately an argument over something that happened, that person is going to know you're going to back down, and that person is going to know that they will be able to do that again when you say, okay, well, can we agree that you won't do it again? They already did it. They already did it. Validation from others, exactly. Validation from others can change, and this all goes back to being afraid of being alone, not having the sounding board to bounce off. And again, we got to be careful. Soundboards don't turn into echo chambers. The soundboard to not have bounced back at you turns you back to that person, to where you then bounce the happenings of the situation back to that person. You try to explain yourself and your feelings and what's going on to that person who just did it to you. They don't give a shit. They already did it to you. Don't bring it back to them. If they're not gonna, if they already did it, don't expect them to change. And at that, I'm speaking out loud. I want to be clear that I am speaking out loud, and that half the time I speak out loud, I feel that y'all pick up on it and can also resonate with it. So again, that sounding board. Sounding board, not that kind of sounding, Jay. Not that kind of sounding. You said you mean this sounding board? Yeah. Narcissists look out for people who see the innate good in others, and unfortunately that makes other people give up on being innately good, or seeing the innately good in others. They've experienced the fact that people usually aren't that way, and they go, okay, well, I guess that's just the way it is. And then you start accepting that. No, fuck that. Fuck those people. Seek higher waters. Seek higher grounds to get out of those waters. And again, speaking it to fruition is part of the process. If you dwell on these thoughts for long enough, they just stay that way, and they septicize. They become oozing and toxic in your brain, and you go, wow, I've thought about this for so long but haven't done it, and you start downing on yourself for it. It's okay. Just because you took a long time making a mistake doesn't mean you gotta do it fucking that quick to right it. Just realize, oh shit, something's happening here and it needs to be done, and something needs to be done about it, right? Unfortunately, a lot of us will see that something's happening and go, uh-oh. Don't be in any hurry to make changes. Don't be in any hurry to... Because, especially to those people who you may still want in your life, being in a hurry to do it will seem not manipulative, but obviously out of nowhere to them. If you get it in your mind and you're like, alright, the next time they disrespect me is going to be the last time, and you fucking are out of there without any heads up or warning or whatsoever, they're going to process that as you abandoning them, as you abandoning them, right? So you need to make it very clear that that's not what's going on here. All the opportunities and times and tries and all the stuff that's led up to this, so they don't have a chance to be like, oh no, I did everything I could. No, you didn't. This is on you. I'm not around anymore because you got infatuated with the sight or the image you had of me in my mind, all the while I'm all the way over here. Boop, poof, gone. Uh-oh. Make the changes, do it, cut them off, but don't be in such a hurry. You gotta process it right. Yeah, I was gonna say, Jay, you're up late, aren't you? Yeah, a lot of the time it'll make you become a pessimist or a cynic and be like, well, everyone's a piece of shit and everyone's out to get me and everyone's gonna use and abuse me. Don't build your walls thicker, just build them taller so you can still hang out on top of them and see over it. Go to sleep, Jay. Stop feeding off my manic energy. I'm just kidding. Feed off all that energy you want, but you gotta get sleep too. You know we'll keep talking about this whenever we can. And we always bring it up another time whenever the conversation starts turning this way. What up, Christian? Sorry you dropped in. We talk about a lot of heavy topics every now and then. You dropped in right at the peak of one. We're talking about boundaries and generational trauma. Heavy stuff. While also learning about radiation and gamma radiation and various bad things that have happened with such. Speaking of, let's learn about the Demon Core. Jay, don't you stick around. I know it's a nice subject. We'll watch the Demon Core stuff again later. Good night, Jay. Until next time. I'll put this on too so I don't talk as much. I'll probably end up talking, but we'll put this on for now so you don't try to pay attention to what I'm saying. Because I'm a lot more animated than these people usually. Yeah, we all appreciate you, Jay. Thank you for being a part of the community. Looking forward to seeing your name again. You're listening, right? Yes, Chandra, that's a problem too, though. Us empaths, unfortunately have a problem expecting or hoping other people will be even a moniker or a notch your way of seeing things. You know, we would hope other people would be empathetic and think about other people before themselves, but it's just not the case. And that's how you turn into a cynic. That's how you turn into a pessimist and go, people are horrible and are all just out for themselves, is because most of the time, in your experiences, that's the way it is. But you can't let people taint you. That's how you unfortunately end up falling into the cycle and becoming a cynic or a pessimist and not being able to break out of the cycles. It's bad. It's unfortunate. Definitely gonna watch some Demon Core. That plays into the comment earlier when we said that the Japanese, we only hear it from porn too. Turn on the subtitles. Yeah, hope is the problem, but you can't give it up. You have to have hope, but you have to place it in the right areas. You can't, and this falls back in line with the seeing people as they are, not as you hope them to be. Have hope for people, for sure, but don't let it warp your reality. Don't let it cloud people as who they could be over who they are. And unfortunately, that's very hard to do with people you want in your life. You want to give people chances. You want to be like, yo! And like I said earlier, we're okay being the doormat so long as the shoes get clean. You're like, well, shit, yeah, that hurts my feelings, but can we learn from it? That's not good. That's not a good dynamic to have with people. You hope people will treat you right, just right off the bat. But if they don't, that should be indication enough. You shouldn't have to go seek the validation from them that they're not capable of it, right? You shouldn't have to seek validation in the people hurting you. And that's a real hard cycle to break too. Because you want to get an explanation why they hurt you and why you shouldn't be hurt and why you deserve not to be hurt. They don't explain it to them. They did it already. Go spend that energy on someone who didn't in the first place. And again, that's me. That's me talking out loud. I'm not coming at you. I suffer from problems with tone, thanks to the tism. So it may seem like I'm going like this, but really that's me to myself. Alright, Demon Core. Yeah, and like I said earlier, you don't just because it took you a long time to learn that to learn about what was happening, doesn't mean that you need to take a long time getting out of it. But that's a double-edged sword, because you go, wow, I've spent all this time letting people walk on all over me, that you isolate yourself and you go, anybody who's ever disrespected me is out. And that's what most people end up doing is, well, I'm not going to take anything, I'm not going to take any chances, I'm not going to let anybody close, because most people in our experiences have taken advantage of you. But that doesn't mean you should start, accepting less. It's just mean you need to start setting them boundaries a little harder. And that's, again, the hardest thing to do. That is the absolute hardest thing to do, especially if you're not accustomed to it. And most people who are accustomed to it are fine being called an asshole. Most people who are accustomed to it are okay being called assertive or pushy or whatever, because that's just how the world will see them. Some people call it girl boss. Some people call it, wow, they really take charge, you know? Other people will call them an asshole, and you gotta be okay being an asshole. You gotta be okay being a bad guy in some situations. People will warp that situation to however they see fit, and if they want to call you a bad guy, go for it. Let them rationalize their narcissism in whatever ways they can. You're better off for it. Yeah, same. I think a lot of us isolated when it came down to the pandemic. A lot of that was a litmus test for all of us for however much people actually give a shit about their neighbors, you know? The empathy levels of our surroundings, and a lot of us were not pleased when it came to how quickly people would give up giving a shit about other people so long as it turned into momentary comfort. And that's applicable to everything outside of the pandemic too. And us empaths were like, oh, that's not nice. And I think we're all distrustful now. And it's up to us to not become jaded. But that's the easiest thing to do, just to be like, oh, well, shit. Okay, that's just the way things are now. It's not, people suck, that's always going to be a constant, but there's some of us, I don't want to say some of us, I'm a good person, look at me. There's those out there who are trying to seek the better in all of it, and all the bullshit. You'll find them. They shine like a beacon. And often are the least happy around. Demon Core. Oh, we were just watching this dude.
When you live with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, your day can be full of
Crohn's disease and
reminders.
ulcerative colitis.
In 1946.
Yeah, and again, this community finding like minds who are also going through it, who have gone through it or who will be going through it. It's nice to know that you're not alone when it comes to. So my saying, feel free to use this. It made me cry the first time I came up with it. I've never heard anybody ever say it before, and so I like to say that I came up with it. It's we're all in the same storm, but in different boats. And I'm proud of you for staying afloat. Same storm, different boats, and I'm proud of you for staying afloat. Just keep bailing out that water. Keep bailing out that water. And then you find people on the other side of the storm. You're like, damn, look at that ship. And the person's still sitting there like, hey, I made it. You're like, oh, I want to be friends with that person. Look at how battered that ship is. They made it through to the other side. That's fucking sick.
A P-239 plutonium core scheduled for detonation by nuclear bomb.
Oh, I appreciate you, Rachel. Thank you for the validation.
Into the United States' nuclear stockpile. That was the end of a 14-pound metallic sphere that had killed 2 scientists.
Well, just you being aware of it is half the battle, Chandria. Most people don't even realize that trauma is the source of the dysfunction, and they just go, oh, wow, why don't we have a communicative, positive, thriving relationship? And people just go, oh, that's just how people are. People just don't communicate and unfortunately hurt each other's feelings. No, that doesn't have to be a thing. That doesn't have to be the basis that we accept. We can communicate and try to not hurt each other's feelings while fully accepting the fact that it's going to happen. Hey, you hurt my feelings. Oh, shit, my bad, dude. Can you explain to me what I did that hurt your feelings? And I can explain to you my perspective, and we can move on beneficially, mutually from this. What a fucking concept.
Is the true story of the demon.
Yeah, if you're heartless, you don't get hurt, and if you're a dick first, then you don't get walked on. But there's a fine line between being assertive and being a dick. And we're also going to have to find that line now, too, that we're looking for it. And we just got to not let people convince us that we're being a dick or that we're taking more of a bite than we need to. Right? If someone says, wow, why are you being like this? Don't let that question your confidence in it, but you also got to be careful not to be too confident in it. You don't want to turn into a dick.
That had obliterated the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki would have easily fit in
And grab some more water real quick.
enough to carry. Because of the extreme levels of radiation coming from them, the cores were carried around in secure containers. But curious physicists reported that the cores were disturbingly warm to the touch. Both the Little Boy and Fat Man nuclear bombs used subcritical masses of uranium and plutonium respectively, meaning that no self-sustaining nuclear reaction would be possible with the spheres alone, and the nickel plating that covered them would prevent most of the escaping radiation from harming them. The real harm comes later. The terrible explosions that Little Boy and Fat Man are famous for only happened when a nuclear core that was critical, using directed conventional explosives to artificially induce a critical mass. This meant literally compressing a plutonium or uranium sphere into a much smaller volume with explosions. Now, neutrons emitted from natural radioactivity would be much more likely to go on and impact other atoms before escaping, leading to a chain reaction of exponentially more and more atoms releasing tremendous energy. At the heart of an atomic blast is a radioactive core filled with atoms poised like rat traps. What the bomb itself does is force one of those traps to snap. The so-called demon core was the third core of...
Oh god. What we're going to do tonight is experiment with a long YouTube stream and only one TikTok stream. What I think is happening now is when we go live on TikTok a second time. Sorry, I'm not changing subjects. We'll come back to the subject matter. Just some side thoughts. when we go back to TikTok the second time, it's giving us less people than just the one time per day. Obviously, more content is going to have numbers spread out versus if you just do it one time and you're known for doing it that one time. I think we want to stick to just doing it at that one time. Obviously, if you're going to get 1 million views either way, getting 1 million views on one video is a lot better than getting 500,000 on each, especially if you're spending a lot less time and effort doing just the one, right? Again, this is a lot of just me talking out loud, but it also helps to direct that at y'all, so I do appreciate you. It's also me keeping y'all abreast of the little changes that go on throughout. Also, it's easier just for me to stay on one app at a time. Who would have known?
Fissionable nuclear material made during the World War II era. It was also supposed to be dropped on Japan, but after the Empire's prompt surrender following the obliteration of Nagasaki, the core had no immediate military use. Instead, a physicist working at the Los Alamos National Laboratory.
Just to recap and not to act or not to make it seem like we just fucking dove off the edge of that topic. We have these conversations all the time. If y'all ever need validation or reassurance, by all means say, hey, I'm having a hard time with this, but be vague about it. Remember, we don't trauma dump as easy as it is to start trauma dumping when it comes to these very emotional topics. We want to make sure to stay conscious of what other people might be going through at the time, to not be too detailed, because then it kind of turns into commiseration and an echo chamber of trauma instead of a directional topic of positive energy, right? We don't want to talk about the horrible things. We want to talk about how we're getting better from them, right? We can all say, yeah, we've had those horrible things happen to us. We don't want to dwell on them, and we can talk about the best ways to circumvent and go about healing from them. Sound good? Sound good.
Mexico, after the war, decided to...
Exactly. Plus, we can actually show what we make on YouTube. Sorry, I don't know if y'all don't like that, me pausing it and unpausing it. That's going to be a thing, unfortunately, which is how ADHD I am. I don't know if that annoys y'all's ADHD or soothes it with all the stop and go. But YouTube is the end goal. I don't much like TikTok because of the algorithm and because of the randomness that is it flagging us. So this is where we spend the most time, or had been spending the most time. We got a copyright strike not so long ago. But building the community on here is our main goal. Because I don't know if you've noticed, I'm a lot more relaxed. Sorry, I had a hiccup. That's not me going me, more relaxed. Here than on TikTok. TikTok is a very toxic environment. That place is echo chambers and commisery, and people feeding off just negativity, unfortunately. But we realize that it's the best place for discoverability, best place for people to find your shit. And then we redirect them to here. We direct you to here. And then we can talk about the heavier things and show the cooler stuff. Unfortunately, TikTok needs a gimmick to meh. Oh, definitely way more well, I expect people to be assholes on TikTok, just because, again, most of the time they are. So that is one place that you can get away with being an asshole first, you know, and expecting it out of people, because places like that are breeding grounds for it. And then if somebody's not being an asshole, then you can say, oh shit, sorry, my bad that I came at you like that. Let's talk about it. Right? Skylar, did you make it home? Did you drive home after that? Are you home? Or are you just still awake? I'm glad you made it home. Hopefully you still had fun, even though all that shit happened. That's fucking sick that you got to pick. That's a lot of money in tickets, that's for sure. Not even worth trying to resell it, or did you not have time? That's shitty that they told you like the day before, right? Yeah, and Chandra, I have a group of people on TikTok dedicated to not liking me, who were spurred on by rumors started by my stalker. So there's a few people who are just dedicated to mass reporting my shit, which is why we do get banned from there every now and then. So we'd like to redirect everybody. Oh no, you got pulled over? Were you speeding? Did they say you were speeding? A ticket is better than possession or getting arrested. That fucking sucks. So the numbers do jump on TikTok every now and then, but we did find what is enthralling people. But, damn, to come full circle for this one, we went all the way around. We're only going live on TikTok one time, and then we're going to hang out on YouTube for the most part. I just hope to redirect more people from TikTok in the coming streams. Would like to start making more money. That's the goal for most things. Boop. Oh, alright.
Crowd is just what it takes to make a core like this.
Hour until 420.
When Otto Robert Frisch first arrived in the United States, he was placed at Los Alamos to study neutron multiplication in uranium and plutonium. These elements naturally radiate neutrons in the process of nuclear decay, and as we said, if there is enough of the radioactive element close enough together, these neutrons can
Damn!
rat traps.
It wasn't the same cop, was it? Not to make light of the situation, that sucks. Also, luckily, that first one probably wasn't in the system when they looked you up for the second one. Or they would have been like, yo, why the fuck are you driving like this? Oh, it was the same cop? Oh no! Well, at least they were nice about you being tired behind the wheel. Oh, gotcha. I gotcha. You're right. The numbers haven't gone back and forth. I think it is a mixture of people who stick around for just the content in general. Oh, same cop, same stop. I thought you like pulled away and then blew through a stop sign. And the guy was like, "Dude, it's always close to your house. It's always close to your house." Same cop, same stop. I thought you pulled away and ran through a stop sign and he pulled you over again. That would be some like sitcom style shit. That would be even more disheartening. As sucky as that already is, I'm sorry that happened to you.
Style reaction as neutrons slam more neutrons
I'll run to the bathroom real quick.
other atoms. However, there is another way to force criticality other than just having a giant sphere of plutonium, which would be hard to make. It turns out that if you use a very thick material to reflect neutrons coming out of the material back upon itself, like a mirror would, a self-sustaining reaction can occur with substantially less plutonium or uranium. Even though an explosion might not happen after criticality is reached in all cases, a deadly blast of radiation certainly could. And that's exactly what happened. By 1944, Frisch was leading the critical assembly group at Los Alamos and started a dangerous series of near criticality testing. The physicists in the group wanted to use neutron-reflective materials around spheres of plutonium and uranium to see just how close they could get to going critical, without explosives and without
Demon core.
Commenting on the inherent risk of experiments of this kind, legendary physicist Richard Feynman reportedly said that the experiments were like, quote, tickling the tail of a sleeping dragon. And
hell yeah, tickle that tail.
But even with...
Oh, so since we decided that, I'm going to set the next TikTok live for our regular time of 11 p.m.
The very real possibility of being roasted alive by the radioactive fire of a failed criticality test, the tickling the dragon...
Ooh, I'll check him out here in a little bit, Skylar.
Within 2 years, neutron reflection experiments on the Demon Core claimed the lives of 2 scientists, Harry K. Daghlian Jr. and Louis Slotin, in almost the exact same way. If you want to eat healthy and feel your best, you gotta try Kachaka. is the world. On August 21st, 1945, Harry K. Daghlian Jr. was conducting a criticality experiment with the Demon Core. He was placing tungsten carbide bricks around the mass of plutonium to see how
he was,
and in what orientation it would take to reflect enough neutrons to cause the core to go critical. That afternoon, using a Geiger counter-like device to measure the radiation coming off of the plutonium, he got close enough to criticality that he decided to end the experiment. Now, this result should have been
posted
just
the wrong
a few
time on
graphite
here.
streaks in a notebook and maybe a beer at the local bar with the other physicists, but
Oh, you
was
can edit
curious.
it. Wait, no, you can't.
Later that night, he returned alone to his assembly for another test. Like the test before, Daghlian created an orientation of bricks that his measuring device told him was nearly critical. As he was placing one last brick, the measuring device indicated that the core would go critical if he continued on the assembly. The dragon would wake up. So cautiously, he began removing the final brick, and then he dropped. The moment the brick hit the assembly, the demon core instantly went supercritical. And according to Daghlian, there was a blast of blue light and a wave of heat. Daghlian reacted quickly, though, and used his right hand to knock the dropped brick all the way to the floor. In those fractions of a second, Harry had received a fatal dose of radiation. In fact, he had endured what was likely the highest acute dose of radiation of any human in history. 25 days later, Daghlian fell into a coma and died from organ failure, owing to severe radiation poisoning. This photo, taken 9 days after the accident by medical staff, is of the hand that Harry had used to stop the demon.
Nice.
He was 24. Harry wasn't completely alone in experimenting in the lab that night. A security guard, Private Robert J. Hemmerly, was also sitting at his desk next to Daghlian.
One sec, trying to post this live event.
Hemmerly died 33 years after Daghlian Jr. from what is now considered to be radiation-caused leukemia. He was 29.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what you're referencing.
Harry K. Daghlian Jr. was the first official fatality from a criticality accident and the first American casualty of the atomic age. He had arranged to have his body donated to science after his inevitable end, so that scientists could study the effects of radiation exposure on the human body. During the 25 days after his fatal mistake, Daghlian's colleague Louis Slotin spent many hours at his bedside comforting the 24-year-old as radiation poisoning slowly claimed him. Exactly 7 months later, in the same hospital, Louis Slotin had suffered the exact same fate.
Oh, no way. How about them Cowboys?
By 1946, physicist Louis Slotin had taken over the critical assembly group from Frisch. Though the criticality experiments were moved from the Omega site at Los Alamos to the Palo Alto laboratory, the dangerous nature of the experiments did not change. In addition to finding and continued warnings, physicist Enrico Fermi said that, quote, keep doing that experiment that way, and you'll be dead within a year. But Louis Slotin wasn't working, and the experiment continued. On May 21st, 1946, Slotin was conducting another criticality experiment with the demon core. This time, though, instead of using tungsten bricks, Slotin was testing the critical point of the core by placing it inside 2 half spheres made of beryllium and lowering those halves until there was just a sliver of space before the sphere was complete. If the core was completely enclosed, the reflection of neutrons would be total, and the dragon would wake again. The local expert among experts, Slotin was reportedly brash in his experimental protocols. In his signature pair of blue jeans and cowboy boots, Slotin would perform the criticality tests without the fail-safe spacers that would sit on the half spheres and keep it from ever completely closing. Instead, he would put his bare hand on the top half sphere and attempt to lower it using only the blade of a flat-head screwdriver. That way, he could get much closer to criticality. And Slotin had successfully completed this experiment dozens of times.
But the one time.
In the afternoon of the accident, Louis Slotin was conducting the same screwdriver experiment as 7 other colleagues recorded and watched. It was just like the test before, but for whatever reason, this time, the screwdriver slipped. The moment the spheres touched, the demon core went critical. The reflected neutrons coming from the plutonium inside the sphere instantly initiated supercriticality. Like the Dagian accident, there was a flash of blue light and a wave of the dragon's feet before Slotin could flip the top half sphere off of the assembly. Naturally, the 7 other scientists in the room ran out as fast as they could as the accident occurred, but Slotin shouted them all to get back and tossed them a stick of chalk. He told them each to mark down precisely where they were standing. By establishing their positions relative to the demon core, Slotin would be able to calculate just how much radiation each person had just absorbed, and how much their lives had just been shortened. According to physicist Raymond Schreiber, who was present in the room with Slotin that day, Slotin's first words immediately after the incident were, quote, "Well, that does it."
Well, that does it.
Louis Slotin died of severe radiation
What a piece of
poisoning
shit.
9 days later at the age of 35.
Not, oh shit, I'm
He died
sorry.
in the same hospital.
Just like, oh, that was gonna happen eventually.
Another Tuesday the 21st, as a result of the same accident with the same hunk of radioactive material. They even were cared for by the same nurse. The demonstration that day was supposed to be the final demonstration with the core before it was used in a test detonation, and it was. In those few moments, Louis Slotin had been exposed to over 1,000 rads of radiation and the neutrons and gamma rays blasting out of the demon core. This is
how big was
the
it? Was it only that big?
highest dose of radiation any human has ever taken. As a comparison, 1,000 meters from ground zero in Hiroshima, the neutron radiation was measured as less than half of what Slotin had absorbed.
He did it with his hand. That's wild.
Rosanna Fancy out here. What's my secret for getting perfect cinnamon rolls every
I mean,
time?
I would have too. Well, I wonder what would have happened if he had like kicked it. Like,
since 1945, over 60 criticality accidents have been reported, leading to at least 21 deaths in facilities and labs all around the world. The flash of blue light that so often accompanies these incidents is an indication of the invisible radiation being released. As high-energy particles crash through the air, like these particles exiting a cyclotron, they excite the air molecules. The only way for these molecules to return to a lower energy state is to release some radiation of their own.
Ions.
Photons of light.
Oh, photons.
But while gases can absorb and re-emit the energy imparted to it,
For sure, Skylar, yeah, try to get some
human
sleep.
bodies cannot. Instead, particles and
Don't
gamma
crash
rays
too hard.
coming out of the nuclear
Glad you're
core
home safe.
rip electrons from the molecules that make you up and smash your cellular machinery beyond repair. When enough molecular damage is done, radiation sickness can manifest itself as everything from vomiting and diarrhea to blisters, inflammation, impaired cognition, widespread organ failure, confusion, nausea, high fever,
I like how that trailed
on
off.
July 1st, 1946, a different nuclear core was destroyed and a 23-kiloton air-deployed nuclear weapon over Bikini Atoll. It was supposed to
that's that right there. Bikini Atoll.
Instead, Bikini coal was melted down and redistributed throughout the rest of the United States stockpile, effectively getting a brand new
Oh, is that the end of that video? Bad timing. If I just started doing this. 1 sec, we'll put a different one on. Thanks, Skylar. Sorry that happened. Yeah, that's a little excessive. You might want to request the body cam footage from that. That's something you can press charges yourself for. Excessive force. Get that money. Especially if they pulled you over for a quote-unquote traffic violation. Why the fuck they have their guns out? One sec. Oh, I'm leaning back. Stop leaning back. Oh god. Oh god. Where'd that go? Okay, it's right there. Where'd that go? Where'd the other thing go? Was there another thing? Oh no, this came off the bottom. Yeah, that's weird. Did you ask what, like, yeah. You might want to look into that. Especially if they mistook you for someone else. Or whatever their excuse would be. Escalating a traffic stop with that is unconstitutional. Get that money.
Yeah. Story time with Kyle's a little serious, huh?
Cutie face. Ooh, yes, the elephant's foot. Not this. That is not the elephant's foot. This is
200 seconds. 200 seconds next to it would lead to a relatively quick death, which is better than many alternatives. Spend just 30 seconds near it.
Let me take a bite out of it!
Find you a week later. 2 minutes of exposure, and your cells would soon begin to hemorrhage.
Let me take a bite out of it.
Vomiting, diarrhea, fever. 200 seconds in its presence, and you would have just days to live.
Good. Sorry, I shouldn't make jokes like that. Especially if I'm gonna try to be like a beacon of light to people, I gotta be careful with the morbid jokes. We can rationalize it as, yeah, the people deal with trauma with comedy, but I don't want to be the source of traumatic comedy.
By the fall of 1986, emergency crews fighting to contain the nuclear disaster at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant made it into the basement. They turned a corner into a steam corridor beneath.
Oh, gotcha. So they said they were behind you for a bit. I would go ahead, yeah, go ahead and submit for, what should we call it? I forget the exact name of it, but you can submit for the information regarding the stop and make a case to, of course all this costs time and money, but yeah, something you might want to look into.
Number 4, and found not steam, but black lava that had oozed out of the core.
At very least, if you can find out the officer who did that, you can look up their track record and see if it's even worth it, because if they have a history of that, then that's even more baggable.
And through meters of concrete and settled on the floor. The largest and most famous formation in the corridor was a 2-ton wrinkled mass that their radiation sensors firmly told them not to approach. With cameras pushed in from around a corner, the workers documented the dimly lit mass.
Let me get a bite.
According to readings taken at the time,
the
still hot portion of the molten reactor core was putting out enough radiation to give anyone within 3 feet of it a lethal dose in just 200 seconds.
Damn, how long were you driving for?
Of the elephant's foot. During a routine test on April 26, 1986, reactor number 4 at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant experienced a power surge born of poor reactor design and human error, which triggered an emergency shutdown. The shutdown did not work.
That's not very far.
To manage the surge in power, an alarming increase in the core's temperature caused
there was that many cops that quick
surge of 12,000%. Control rods that are used to manage core temperature were inserted too late. A gross safety violation. There weren't even enough.
Well, we're not talking about like any actual charges or anything that would get turned over. They already got the punishment. Now it would just be retribution for abuse of power or crossing your fundamental rights. There isn't any deal.
Control rods in the core to begin with.
Their
insertion into the increasingly hot core caused the rods themselves to crack and fracture, locking them in place.
What you say is exactly applicable when it comes to like if they were to get arrested and they were to find like weed on them. At that point, if you say, okay, well, we're going to challenge discovery, then they can say, well, okay, well, we weren't going to charge you with this and this, but now if it turns out that the judge doesn't approve your challenge to discovery, then you'll get charged for everything. But challenging discovery is usually just a throw out of all evidence, which is applicable to what you're talking about.
Heat and power output continued to rise until the water that was used to cool the entire reactor began to vaporize, generating massive amounts of pressure. The first explosion...
Right, and all that just to give you a couple traffic tickets when those people could have been doing actually something beneficial.
Inside the reactor was large enough to send a 4 million pound lid of the reactor assembly through the roof of the building. The reactor now fatally damaged. The remaining cooling water from broken channels seeped into the reactor as well, flashing directly into steam as it touched the soon-to-be glowing hot nuclear fuel rods. A second, even more massive explosion followed shortly after the first, belching core material into the air, spreading fire and radioactive ash. It is estimated that the fires that
radioactive ash sounds like a cool either band's name or like song title. Radioactive ash. Volcano. Right?
Chapter 4 spread 400 times more radiation than the nuclear blast that wiped Hiroshima off the map. Over 160,000 square kilometers of Russia and Europe were eventually contaminated. With a glowing heart no longer shielded by tons of steel and concrete, the core could no longer be cooled. It began to melt. When you hear about a nuclear reactor melting down, it's not simply illustrative language. Without proper cooling, radioactive materials used as fuel get hotter and hotter due to their close proximity and continuous emission of high-energy particles. Nuclear fuel literally heats itself up until it melts, turning into what is arguably the most dangerous substance on Earth. If you wanted to know what the most dangerous material ever created was, corium would be a good answer. The loss of cooling caused a meltdown of the uranium fuel, up to a third of which was scattered into the atmosphere. Estimates vary, but up to 160,000 kilograms of uranium, radioactive in many thousands of degrees, melted and flowed into the bottom of the reactor vessel. 8 days later, the flow had melted through the reactor's lower shield. Using the basement pipes, cooling and steam corridors, and eating through 2 meters of steel and concrete, radioactive lava flow from reactor number 4 eventually cooled enough to solidify in the basement. Thousands of kilograms of oxide, sand, metal, silica glass, and other materials, a composite monstrosity dubbed corium. In addition to being the world's arguably most dangerous material, it might be also the rarest artificial material. Corium is only formed in a nuclear meltdown.
That's interesting. Get out of here, commercial.
I just looked up Barnes veggie sausage breakfast sandwiches.
Corium has only been created accidentally 5 times. Once in the 3 Mile Island reactor in Pennsylvania in 1979.
Straightforward and honest with them about what? It sounds like they were just trying to cover their own ass. Be like, we didn't find anything, but this is on you.
And 3 separate times during the much more recent Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster. Now I say accidentally created because there are scientists who study corium and create it on purpose. For example, this is a video of molten uranium oxide, like what would have been found in Chernobyl, bubbling and boiling at around 2,000 degrees Celsius at Argonne National Laboratory.
Hell yeah!
Remember, this heat is self-generated. All by itself, corium can get half as hot as the surface of the sun.
It looks like
corium is never pure nuclear fuel. Rather, it's a radioactive Frankenstein. Fuel rods, fission products, control rods, and the core floors steal from the surrounding structures, and the blazing uranium reacts with air, water, and steam.
Of course,
here you can see a simulation of what corium actually does, easily disintegrating concrete as it escapes confinement. In the lab, corium is still terrifying, but controlled and mesmerizing in a way that lava and its destructive capabilities can often be. It's almost beautiful.
Yeah, that was very pretty.
At Chernobyl, there was no such beauty. After the corium was done flowing, the result was an ominous collection of stalactites, stalagmites, steam valves clogged with hardened radioactive lava, and the large gray mass that would later be dubbed the elephant's foot. The elephant's foot could be the most dangerous piece of waste in the world.
Aside from me after Taco Tuesday, am I right?
Only Chernobyl escaped confinement.
Goddamn.
Radioactive atoms are unstable atoms. While something like hydrogen is just fine with a nucleus consisting of a single proton, radioactive elements like uranium, the most common isotope of which contains 92 protons and 146 neutrons, are not so happy. Protons, and neutrons are randomly ejected from the nuclei of these large atoms, transforming them until something like plutonium degrades over time into a stable element like lead. Particles emitted from radioactive atoms are a form of ionizing radiation. That is, they have enough energy to the atoms and molecules that crash into.
But that's also something you don't want to tell them, because driving tired and admitting that can also be a DUI or a DUI. Driving under the influence or driving while impaired can be charged as the same thing, because technically driving drunk is just as dangerous as driving whatever tired or whatever the thing is.
Atoms and molecules ionizing them.
Oh, my lungs. That wasn't even a very hot dab.
The kind emitted by your cell phone does not have enough energy
to
break atomic bonds. Ionizing radiation then directly causes the terrible symptoms of radiation sickness by simply smashing through enough molecular machinery in your body. DNA can be repaired, new cells can be generated, but with enough nanoscopic damage, cells start to
you're like, I'm just trying to go home.
Die
like,
outright, leading to
right
cancer
there.
or organ failure, respectively. Because of the way radiation damages human cells by knocking atoms and molecules off the place, death by radiation is a, relatively speaking, slow one. Fever, nausea, confusion, cancer, organ failure. Up to a point, over time, treatment does help, but extremely high.
Knocking cells out of place just a really simple way of saying mutations, or what would eventually cause mutations?
Doses of radiation, like the kind that would be delivered by close contact with the elephant's foot, are always a death sentence.
Because they make tumors, right?
Massive atoms.
They make tumors. The cells go, and then they stop doing what they're supposed to be doing, and then multiply the cancer cells, right?
The more dangerous it is. Reports from Chernobyl estimate that immediately after formation, the elephant's foot was emitting nearly 10,000 Roentgens per hour. And it takes about 1/10 to kill a person. A single hour next to the elephant's foot would expose you to the equivalent of over 4.5 million chest X-rays
stand next to it that
all at once. Shortly after the Chernobyl meltdown, nearly 600,000 workers descended on the site to help contain the escaping radiation. Knowingly or not, many of these workers were making the greatest sacrifice. 134 were hospitalized with acute radiation syndrome. 28 of them died within months following the incident, and current estimates put the total number of deaths from related cancers due to the contamination across Russia and Europe somewhere between 9 and 16,000.
You're home. You made it.
I told him, hey Mom, I spent 8 years on this degree, but I hate it, and I really want to change jobs. I'm sorry, I know this sounds...
After the nuclear fires at Chernobyl were finally controlled, a feat which took 9 full days, workers scrambled to contain the invisible dangers of the failed core. In May of 1986,
You know, I was gonna say that's
construction-
that got encapsulated in the dome, right? A lead dome. I was gonna say, you know what would be the most metal fucking thing ever? Is if somebody went and tagged the side of that building. But it's either, I think they domed it and demolished it by now, right?
began on the sarcophagus,
Yeah.
a gigantic
How did-
concrete
that's
enclosure built to seal off the radiation.
I didn't
from
know
the
they were
outside
about to
world.
even do that.
The ruins would never be entirely contained, even after the installation of a much larger tomb in 2016. The Chernobyl sarcophagus is outfitted with access points, allowing researchers to observe the core
98
and
and
workers to enter.
250. That sucks.
In December of 1986,
Have you had? Can you do the driving school? What complete no contest and then not have to pay it, and then just do the whatever. From their perspective, maybe you ran the stop sign after they lit you up, and they're like, this dude's running. That might have been what happened, and then you pulled over, and then they're like, oh wait, just kidding. That might have been what happened.
Researchers discovered it was a couple of meters across, over 4,000 kilograms, and put out enough radiation to prevent anyone from getting used to it in more than just a few
God damn
seconds.
it. See, this is
But
why the
despite
gills...
dangers,
That's why the gills are extra gilly lately. All this coughing.
we have pictures like this one of the deadly mass.
Let me sit on it.
Well, from a safe
Let me
distance,
go,
workers, or liquidators, as they were called,
Liquidators.
rigged up a crude wheeled camera contraption and pushed it slowly in from around a corner towards the elephant's foot. This photo, almost never seen in discussions of the elephant's foot, was taken in 1990, 4 years after the incident. The slide the photo is on was given to a Dr. Bill Zoller at the University of Washington's Department of Chemistry. The caption reads, quote, "This is a slide I obtained from the Russians. It shows what is called the elephant's foot. The Russians obtained this picture by sending a man down there with a camera. He took one picture and then came back up. I was told that he died from the radiation he had received. This picture off the man is life." End quote. When this photo of the elephant's foot was taken 10 years after the disaster, the elephant's foot was only emitting 1/10 of the radiation it once had been. Still, nearly 500 seconds of exposure at this level would bring on mild radiation sickness, and a little over an hour of exposure would be fatal. Another photo, entitled self-signed Russian nuclear inspector Artur Tornado, is arguably the most famous and most disturbing photo of the elephant's foot. According to an investigation by Atlas Obscura, the ghostly image of Artur is likely not due to anything exclusive with the shutter speed as is the time-lapse-like streak from the flashlight, but the braininess you see in the photo. That's from the radiation. Over time, the elephant's foot had decomposed and has puffed dust while its surface cracked. But more than 30 years later, it is still quite dangerous. In 2001, levels were measured that would give you a lethal dose of radiation in under 60 minutes. Extrapolating from how radiation sources degrade over time, today that deadly limit is probably a few hours. And today, the elephant's foot, once nuclear lava leading through the course of Chernobyl, is still hotter than the surrounding air temperature and environment, thanks to the radioactive heat pulsing inside. Born of human error, continually generating heat in the face of nuclear power plants, the elephant's foot is still melting into the base of Chernobyl, albeit very slowly. If it hits groundwater, scientists still worry that it could trigger another explosion like the one that killed the core and lifted 4 million pounds like it was a paperweight, or it could leach radioactive material into the water that nearby residents drink. Long after bleeding from the core, this unique piece of waste continues to be a terrifying testament to the potential dangers of nuclear power, even though nuclear power as a whole is extremely safe. Until it is finally removed, if it ever is, the elephant's foot will be there for centuries, sitting in the dark basement in a concrete and steel sarcophagus, a symbol of one of humankind's most powerful tools gone wrong. Until next time. Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff at the facility for the direct and substantial support in the creation of this year's video. Today especially I want to recognize Research Institute Jimmy Dowd and Visiting Scholar Patricia Norman Ray. If no one is joining the staff, if you want to take on a CSU White Lab or talk every day with me on Discord, get behind the scenes stuff, and get episodes early, you can go to patreon.com/powerful and join the facility staff today. Hey, if you support us just enough, you can name my group.
That one still needs one more touch up, but it's going to be outside of the flame, I believe. I'm just going to do hand grind on the joint of that, the other big piece. Alright, I'm tired of waiting. I'm just going to move this by hand and then put it back in place. The most radioactive man in history sounds
What
good to me.
if? Every good idea starts with those two words.
When I was a kid, my dad would tell me not to worry about making mistakes, because mistakes are an opportunity to improve. You take the experience, analyze it, and then move on and apply what you've learned. Some mistakes are so devastating and destructive that there's no coming back. No learning, no correcting. We can only look on in horror as everything slowly disintegrates. In 1999, Japanese nuclear worker Hisashi Ouchi and his colleagues made a mistake while working in a nuclear fuel conversion company in Tokaido. That mistake would lead to Ouchi being bedridden and unable to move for 83 days, where he would endure a sickening series of increasingly more painful injuries and illnesses, which would cause his body to slowly decompose while he was still alive, leaving him in a constant state of searing pain and suffering. This is his story.
About 20 minutes till 420.
On the morning of the 30th of September,
We can actually celebrate 420 together and not have to worry about it either.
Yutaka Yokokawa.
I don't think we want to like actually smoke on stream though. I don't think we want to risk that. I don't want to push our luck.
Sato Shinohara arrived at the JCO nuclear fuel conversion facility in Tokaimura for their day's work. The JCO plant wasn't a power generating facility, but rather one which created the fuel rods for other power plants. They did this by a process of converting uranium hexafluoride into uranium dioxide.
So
This
gas
would be the
into
Tokaimura
liquid?
plant's first batch of fuel in 3 years. As such, there were no dedicated trained staff for this role, and whichever technicians happened to be available at the time fulfilled this role. The approved procedure to make this fuel is that the uranium powder is dissolved in nitric acid in the dissolution tank.
Powder
The pure
to
mixture is then
liquid.
pumped into a much taller storage tank called a buffer tank. It would then be slowly transferred into a wide tank called a precipitation tank where it could be mechanically stirred. The design of the buffer tank prevented the fuel from going critical because of its tall cylindrical shape and the fact that the mixture wasn't properly mixed yet. The purpose of this design was to control the flow of mixture into the larger precipitation tank to prevent the mixture from going critical as it was stirred mechanically. The approved concentration of the uranium powder for this process was 5%. 3 years prior to this date, the JCO company had
That should be
modified
warmed
the
up
official
in there.
procedure.
Oh,
so that
son of a
uranyl
bitch, I
nitrate
totally
solution
forgot that I
could be
got
mixed in the
snacks.
steel buckets by hand,
I got pretty.
rather than placing the ingredients into the dissolution tank. This was illegal and against government regulations, but had never led to any accidents due to the low concentration of uranium which was used. When the 3 workers arrived that day, the plant was already 2 days behind schedule for delivery of the nuclear fuel rods. The company put pressure on staff to complete the procedure as quick as possible, and so the technicians modified the procedure even further. They were now mixing the uranyl nitrate solution in steel buckets and pouring it directly into the large precipitation tank. They were also using a uranium concentration much higher than anyone previously had, in order to create the fuel as fast as possible. At around 10:35 a.m., after the precipitation tank reached 40 litres of highly concentrated uranyl nitrate solution, the radiation alarm sounded, and the 3 workers reported seeing a blue flash as Cherenkov radiation signaled that the mixture was generating enough heat to start a self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction and sent out blasts of gamma and neutron radiation. Ouchi absorbed the highest dose of radiation as the other body pressed against the tank to assist in
Oh damn, I must have been stoned when I ordered it
was
because
standing on a platform pouring the
I got
liquid
these
into
two.
the tank. Yokokawa
Iced
was
oatmeal
sitting in the
cookies,
desk
hell
at the
yeah.
computer and received the smallest dose of radiation.
Oh damn, yeah, I definitely was stoned.
The international
I got extreme sour,
per person
chewy
per
sweet
year
tarts too.
is 20 millisieverts. The dose considered to be fatal is 5,000 millisieverts. Ouchi received
I mean, me being stoned is kind of a given, but the level.
radiation.
The level.
3 times the amount considered lethal. Shinohara received 10,000 and Yokokawa 3,000.
Yeah. I got 3 different kinds of Pringles too. Nice.
Almost immediately, Ouchi and Shinohara felt waves of pain and nausea, and both struggled to breathe.
Wait, sorry, what happened?
And the 3 men fled to a nearby workers arrived that day. The plant was already 2 days behind schedule for delivery of the nuclear fuel rods.
Ooh, these have lots of
Pressure on
swaths
staff to
on them.
complete the procedure as quick as possible, and so the technicians modified the procedure even further. They were now mixing the uranyl nitrate solution in steel buckets and pouring it directly into the large precipitation tank.
Uranyl
They were
nitrate.
also using a uranium concentration much
Like
higher
piss?
than anyone previously had, in order to create the fuel as fast as possible. At around 10:35 a.m., after the precipitation tank reached 40 litres of highly concentrated uranyl nitrate solution, the radiation alarm sounded, and the 3 workers reported seeing a blue flash as Cherenkov radiation signaled that the mixture was generating enough heat to start a self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction and sent out blasts of gamma and neutron radiation.
Oh yeah, I got more snacks finally.
Ouchi absorbed the highest dose of radiation as he had his body pressed against the tank to assist in pouring, while Shinohara was standing on a platform pouring the liquid into the tank. Yoko Kawa was sitting at a desk a few feet away and received the smallest dose of radiation. The internationally acknowledged radiation safety limit per person per year is 20 millisieverts. The dose considered to be fatal is 5,000 millisieverts. Ouchi received 17,000 millisieverts of radiation, 3 times the amount considered lethal. Shinohara received 10,000 and Yoko Kawa 3,000.
Oh, I lose you. You don't get any Pringles.
Almost
okay, maybe you could have
one.
one.
Felt waves of pain and nausea, and both struggled to breathe.
And Marley could have
the 3
one
men
too.
fled to a nearby changing room where Ouchi vomited and passed out. The 3 men were sent to the hospital with the 2 most irradiated, Ouchi and Shinohara, quickly transferred to the University of Tokyo Hospital, as it had more modern facilities, more qualified staff, and cutting-edge procedures.
Good pup snacks too. There's a lot of sauce on these. Like the whole back of them is covered too. There's a lot of sauce on
initially
these.
tended to Ouchi.
There's a good batch of
that he received a fatal dose of radiation.
Pringles cheddar cheese.
先生が下から上に連れてきて、ICU の中であったんですけども、そのまま個室にいつものようにストレッチャーで普通に入
Alright,
管さ
I
れ
need to make sure I'm not eating
て、
all of them at once. Those for
1
now.
日で一気に日焼けをしちゃったぐらいの赤さ
No,
を
Stinky, you already got one.
帯びてて、で手が
Oh yeah, we're in Adult Swim.
でそっち
Rainbow
が
Monkey
痛い
needs their bong.
で
He was also alert, talkative, and friendly. One of the nurses commented that she thought that he might be able to go home that day.
Until his organs exploded. Says I thought at the time that he wouldn't have to die, that he would be well enough to leave the hospital. That's what she said just now.
It wasn't until the test results came back.
The sour cream and onion, actually salt and vinegar are my favorite of these, but I haven't been getting those lately. What I got this time are the cheddar, sour cream and onion, and the ultra spicy one. The scorching cheddar. These ones are actually really hot, but they're good. The scorching barbecue ones are really good too, but the cheddar ones have more flavor.
No problem was revealed. The human body
We
is
could do
maintained by a
snack
function of many
taste
different
tests too.
cell types being shed or
Y'all send me
excreted,
some snacks,
and
I'll
then
try 'em.
replaced by a new cell. Our chromosomes contain the instructions for the replication of all cell types. These instructions are incredibly important. The cell replication is impossible without them. When the
It's
doctors
impossible to
examined
just
the
eat one of
test
those.
results, they understood the size and magnitude of the problem. Normal
Serving size management is the most important thing when it comes to chips, though. Even if you know you're gonna have more, take a certain amount out at a time.
chromosomes can be arranged and identified quite easily. But
The hot cheddar ones are really, really, really good.
By radiation, leaving them unorganized.
It's the same YAPC mutations. It's the same kind of spice as the hot barbecue ones, the like kind of synthetic spice, but it's just like these, but hot. If you like the cheddar ones, you like those for sure. Snack connoisseur. Right? That would be fun. I mean, that's what a lot of people make videos on too. I wouldn't mind that being a part of it. Doing some snack reviews. Doing some more interesting things as well.
Malformed, mutated.
Interesting from snacks from around the world.
Radiation and literally ripped apart his DNA and scrambled it to the point where the cell instructions were no longer usable inside.
Oh yeah, that's just
While his
mutation.
body could no longer create new cells, it did still have a supply of cells which had been created before the radiation had destroyed his chromosomes.
So it just started loading them up.
This explained why his outward appearance looked healthy. When that supply of cells ran out, Ouchi's real nightmare would begin.
Uh-oh. Dude, that's wild. That's like that's like getting old, but like that's like in the scenes where the person looks at the picture that's supposed to be keeping them immortal and the picture takes back all their life. Yeah.
Ouchi's white blood cell count plummeted to 10% of what...
Snack break. That's what it should be. Nate, great idea. Great fucking idea, Nate. Oh, fucking shit. 11 minutes until 4:20. Scared me. Thought we missed it. Snack time. Or we take fat dabs and then we try new snacks. Or we review snacks. That would be fun. As just part of it. Like I said, our content is going to be a little bit of everything. So at around 4:20, when we're going to celebrate 4:20, we could do that. Because I should be eating a snack around then anyways, because of what time I wake up. I should be having a midday snack to get me through the stream, right? Oh, fucking Skylar, that's so awesome. That's awesome. That's very cool. Were you close enough to grab, to get it as soon as they threw it? Or did you just so happen to get one, like, when you were in the crowd? Also, eventually I'm going to have a P.O. box set up, but I don't mind for now if y'all do want to send stuff in. Y'all sending it just to the business address and I can grab it from there. Cal sent all these figures the other week. Also, I like trading for stuff too. If y'all got cool shit, I'll trade you for it. Like various wall decorations, anime stuff, or again, just like cool shit. So like I was saying, I want to, watch out. Here, I'll put you right here. I want to start the mystery boxes that are like not just glass boxes. Oh wow, Marley, making so much noise over there. Do you stink? You smell better? Yeah, it smells better. Not stinky baby anymore. Got a bath today. I trade for a bunch of stuff. So if you've got stickers, if you've got collectibles, if you've got cool wall art stuff. I want to put your hair in the ponytail again, Lucy. What? Fantastic. Good job, Lucy. You're so talented. Like a show lion. Ow. Also, I think regifting nifty things is a fun thing. Regifting cool knickknacks and items that like could be cool things to other people. Trinkets. I like trinkets.
What is considered normal and healthy, making him very vulnerable to viral and bacterial infections.
I ate those fucking Pringles so fast.
He was moved into a sterile room.
I didn't eat the whole thing. I ate my ration right there very fast.
To save Ouchi's life.
8 minutes till 4:20.
Was Ouchi's inability to generate new cells.
I'm not going to take that out until after because I'll get distracted.
Saving Ouchi's
I'll probably
life
still get distracted.
would be impossible. After some discussion, Dr. Maekawa suggested that the best course of action would be to try an experimental new procedure called peripheral blood stem cell transplantation. This is a procedure in which the healthy stem cells are harvested from the donor and then administered intravenously.
You have to keep doing that though.
The cells then migrate to the bone marrow and override the damaged ones, enabling the bone marrow to begin creating healthy cells again. The only issue was the donor would need to be a good match for Ouchi, and so they began testing potential donors. Luckily for Ouchi, his sister was a perfect match, and so healthy cells were harvested from her and administered to him through an IV. It would be 10 days before the team would know if the treatment was working.
That's a rough 10 days.
Success was slim, and the family were likely to cling to any faint hopes. Dr. Maekawa allowed the family to see Ouchi on a daily basis in the hope that seeing his rapid decline would help them to accept the reality of what was happening.
Yeah, and they would need to understand too, yeah. Good for him. He says, I tried to get the family to accept the truth by at least letting them see him every day. I'm looking forward to hearing it, Skylar. Did you have to fight someone? He says, I don't mean to be idealistic. However, he suffered massive radiation damage. His appearance was changing drastically each day. You found it? No fucking way. Hi, Brenda. That is Gurr from one of my favorite shows, Invader Zim. And he's a little fun little guy we can put different places every now and then. We switch it out every now and then, but it dances over the number one donator position there. That's an awesome accident, Skylar. I'm the type to stay after hours when concerts end and look around on the ground too. There's always ground scores. That's a fucking ground score if I ever heard of one. Concert used pick. Nobody caught. He probably went, wow, and nobody saw it. So I had his family see his condition to accept the inevitable truth. Is what he said.
Ouchi seemed either in a state of denial or obliviousness about his condition. As he asked the nurse, when you're exposed to radiation like this, is there a risk of contracting leukemia or something? Demonstrating that he didn't understand, that it was unlikely he would live.
You helped them find it and there was another one?
If he did contract it.
That's what you get for being a good person, helping them find one.
Ouchi would deteriorate as his skin cell stores were quickly exhausted.
Damn.
As his skin lost its elasticity and solidity, it began to fall off, and staff noticed that whenever they removed medical tape, it would also peel thick pieces of skin away from Ouchi's body.
Stop putting medical tape on him.
The doctor then stopped any further use of medical tape against his skin.
Welcome to the world.
You're just like, hey, that looks like a pick. Wait, it is. Why would there be a pick on the ground if not from one of them? That's awesome.
Ouchi would struggle to breathe. His fluid
started 4 minutes. See, I got distracted again.
The team considered putting him on a respirator, but after seeing him tell his wife how much he loved her, they decided to wait and allow them both time to speak for a little.
At the time, Mr. Ouchi was probably something about him not feeling good and was struggling to speak, and they wanted to let him do that for longer, even though they know putting him on a respirator might help him a little longer. It says, in spite of that, he was smiling slightly, and said to his wife, "I love you," in a tender tone. He was sitting in front of you the entire time. It's a good thing you didn't move. Yeah, a tiny little pick, especially black, in the middle of the show. If they so happen to throw it out when the lights go down, or like in between one of the light flashes, no one's gonna see that. Good find, good ground score. Drugs has always been my best ground score. That tops any drug find. That for sure.
ちょっと優しい口調で少し笑いながら奥さんに愛してるよとおっしゃって。
She's still saying the same thing. Seeing that made our hearts ache.
私たちは辛いですよね。
It would, however, be very short-lived, as the next day, Ouchi could no longer breathe, and he was intubated and given respiratory assistance.
3 minutes!
While nobody knew for sure what would happen to Ouchi, the staff understood that he was unlikely to survive, and he was very likely to deteriorate. The family visited every day, and each day they would fold a paper crane. They wanted to put a crane by his bedside, but the risk of infection was too great. Ten days after Ouchi was given his sister's stem cells, the test results came back, and Dr. Mayakawa called a meeting to discuss the results. Everyone was hoping to see his sister's chromosomes living inside his blood cells. As they peered into the microscope at his blood
cells, that's a win. That's a definite win for the night. I'm glad you got that. I'm glad you got that from it for sure.
Ouchi
2 minutes.
was the first person in the entire world to receive this treatment, and it had worked. Over the next few days, his white cell count would continue to increase to normal levels, and the risk of infection dropped significantly.
So the stem cell transfusion worked?
A week later, and Ouchi's skin began to deteriorate again.
Oh.
And an endoscope of Ouchi's intestines confirmed Dr. Maekawa's worst fear. Ouchi's mucous membranes had turned white and drooped down, signaling that they had died.
Uh-oh.
The
So
mucous membranes are responsible for absorbing nutrients.
all of his organs
This meant that
transplanted.
Ouchi would not be able to retain water and nutrients. By this point, Ouchi had become hostile towards
1
his
minute!
staff and said that he just wanted to go home. In an attempt to get answers, the team examined Ouchi's blood again. This time, instead of seeing the healthy cells they saw before, they saw mutated cells that had been corrupted by the radiation inside Ouchi's body. Ouchi's body had absorbed so much radiation when he was
Cheers! Happy 420.
that it had damaged
I'm gonna
the
take longer.
transplanted cells from his
I'm gonna turn the
system,
heater on a little
even
bit,
though
too.
there was no radiation source here anymore. The medical team and Ouchi's family were devastated. Shortly after, Ouchi began to experience gastrointestinal pain and discomfort as his body excreted 3 liters of diarrhea every day. After 3 weeks, his intestines began to bleed from the wound where the mucous membrane had died and peeled away. It quickly became necessary to give Ouchi blood transfusions. On some days, he was given 10 transfusions in a single day. The team tried a variety of drugs to help improve some of the symptoms, but none would stay in the system long enough.
I kicked that fucking box. Hear that?
Ouchi was then transferred to a specialist bed for the critically ill. A bed which tilts to improve systemic circulation and to prevent bed sores from building up on his skin.
Spectrum Internet now delivers faster starting speeds of 300 megabits per second.
Oh god. Cheers, friends.
Once Ouchi's skin had fallen off, he started to lose fluids rapidly. He lost approximately 10 litres of body fluids every day, which had to be replaced with IV fluids. In an effort to try and retain what little layers of skin Ouchi had left, medical staff wrapped almost his entire body in medical gauze, hoping that this would keep the skin in place and help him to retain fluids.
Uh-oh.
But it didn't help.
Just seeped into
His
the
weeping and
gauze.
bleeding skin would exudate profusely, and the bandages would be completely soaked in blood and fluids in just a few hours.
Day after day, there was a lot of grossness, and it took almost half a day to treat it, swapping out the gauze.
かかるぐらいなんですね。午前中もうたくさんの先生に囲まれて、皮膚
He
の
was surrounded by a lot of doctors who treated his skin, but he seemed to feel severe pain.
それがすごく
Yeah, no shit.
痛いみたいで。
I don't mean that as disrespectful to her. I mean that as disrespect, or not as. I don't mean that as disrespect. I mean that as yeah, no shit. His nerve endings are like not there anymore, right? Or they're trying to like grow back. So we administered large doses of narcotics to put him to sleep. He still looked to be in a lot of pain. Yeah, no kidding.
薬をたくさん使って眠らせるようにはするんですけど、見てるだけですごく痛々しいからですね。
Because his eyelids had mostly fallen off, Ouchi's eye would dry and bleed. And due to the level of pain that he was in, he was given large doses of narcotics to help him sleep and ease the pain.
Glad they covered that.
Dr. Maekawa spoke with Ouchi's family to advise that he was very unlikely to improve, and that he could get worse still. The family asked him to do all that he could to save Ouchi's life, but the only thing that he had left to try was massive skin grafts from lab-cultured skin. Dr. Maekawa hoped that if the skin took, that it would help keep the fluids and buy them time to find other ways to help him. Unfortunately, due to the sheer volume of fluid lost through the exposed areas of his body, the skin grafts wouldn't adhere and they quickly fell off.
助かる見込みが非常に低いということが、客観的に誰の目にも明らかです。ただし、誰もあまりそれは公に口には出しませんでしたけど。
Nobody said it out loud, but we were all having the same feeling.
ただ、それを誰かが言い
That he
出
was
すと、
dying, pretty much.
全体の組織といいますか、
now been 2 months since Oluchi had first been admitted. He had undergone repeated blood transfusions, skin grafts. He'd been given stem cell transplants. He was breathing through the use of a mechanical respirator. His skin had rotted away. His eyes couldn't close even when he slept because he had no eyelids. He was bleeding from his intestines and he was in searing pain at all times. But he was alive.
But he was alive, yeah.
Massive blood loss and repeated transfusions
was he?
having a secondary effect. Oluchi's heart was pumping at over 120 beats per minute, the same rate as if he was running a marathon. The stress on his cardiac muscle was immense. And then, it stopped. Due to the lack of a do not resuscitate order, the medical team were legally bound to do their best to bring him back to life again, and so they quickly performed cardiac massage. His heart started beating again, but then
cardiac massage.
The team administered drugs to assist him, and after stopping and starting 3 times, it returned to a steady yet very fast beat. The stopping and restarting of his heart had a negative effect on Oluchi's brain.
Aneurysm, probably.
Function was beginning to decline. When Oluchi's family called to him, he no longer had any response, and he was entirely dependent on medical equipment for survival. While Oluchi's family...
And this is how long in? A couple weeks?
Was telling a different story. Oluchi's immune cells had become abnormal, and were attacking what healthy white blood cells he had left. In a short space of time, he had no white blood cells at all. Even a common cold could kill him in a matter of hours. On the 81st night after Oluchi was admitted, Dr. Maekawa gathered the family members in a visiting room and advised them that Hisashi Oluchi could not be saved, and that should his heart stop again, he shouldn't be revived. The family agreed and signed a do not resuscitate order in the hopes of sparing Oluchi any more pain. On day 83, Oluchi's wife and son visited him for the last time. The medical staff removed the ghost from his face so that they could look at him for one more time. And then, on the 83rd night of Hisashi Oluchi's brutal battle for life, his heart stopped and he passed away. It's very easy to think of Hisashi Oluchi as suffering for far longer than he had to for no reason. Some people on the internet suggested that the doctors kept him alive against his will so they could test experimental treatments on him, that he begged to die. Some people referenced this photo in their articles and videos. None of that is true, and that photograph is from a medical textbook about burn victims. The truth is, the medical staff used every tool in medicine to try and save Oluchi's life at the request of his family. The truth is, one simple mistake is the difference between a normal day of work and the most agonizing death imaginable.
One sec, we'll see what we're gonna put on after this. Go, Glass, go. Sorry, one sec. The videos always end at like the worst time. Hawkeyes. Sorry, that's a delicate process and not a very big torch for that part. The sad story, diving accident. Wouldn't mind. Diving accident. The Edmund Fitzgerald mystery. We'll hang out for at least another 30 minutes. What else? Ooh, the oceanic oil disaster. Is this Exxon?
Divorce is hard for people because...
Oh no, this was like 1982. Oh yeah, I make everything. I just don't be making it for nothing. I don't make them randomly. Usually what I'm making is to be sold. Deepwater Horizon, that's what I was thinking of.
Just opened up my book, started reading the first sentence in the paragraph, when I heard what sounded like a freight train coming through my bedroom. I jumped out of the bed, and then there was a puffing sound.
Is this the Exxon
much faster
thing?
And with each thump, I felt the red actually shake.
I want some of these spicy ones. Yeah, this is. Yeah, the Exxon was 2010, right?
Then there was an initial boom,
Or was that the tanker? Was X on the tanker?
And there was a huge explosion.
No puppos, y'all don't get the spicy ones.
The explosion rocked the rig about 10 o'clock Central Time, spraying planes in every direction.
BP. This is BP.
I saw fire from Derek Lake to Derek Lake.
And you have
BP was Deepwater. Here, there's a little. The Deepwater Horizon oil spill, also called Gulf of Mexico oil spill, was the largest marine oil spill in history, caused by an April 20th. Oh, 420. That's unfortunate. Wonder if anybody was stoned. Explosion on the Deepwater Horizon oil rig. So it's the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, that's the one I think I'm thinking of.
oil and gas under pressure, underground, that erupts upwards.
It was extremely loud. It actually started sounding like a living thing.
It's the sound of escaping gas feeding the...
Is this the one with the movie with Matt Damon? Or Marky Mark, whoever it is, that one white guy from Transformers. Exxon Valdez was the 80s. This is Deepwater Horizon, the one with Transformers Man. Okay, cool. Associations is how I do the thinking.
The fireball incinerating the Deepwater Horizon.
Thank you, Nate.
It's like you're almost waiting to die. There's people screaming. You're feeling heat from the fire. I'm scared to death. I figured this is my time.
Yeah, I was gonna say the one that we were about to watch was the 80s, and I was like, I think I know enough about that one, but I want to know about the one that I remember happening. And I was like, oh my god, what the fuck's going on there? That one white guy, yeah, not Matt Damon, not Marky Mark. It was Matt Damon though, just that one white guy. You know, in those movies.
Bored at the time of the explosion.
I've seen Paul lay off later. He's taking nothing. Excellent how many people are missing.
Thank you, Nate.
That was 11.
Just want to make sure that's nice and even on there.
We're flying as close as to a half mile to a quarter mile, circling the rig.
Good job, everybody.
Survivors in the water. We smell the smoke, we smell the oil, the fumes.
No, we got bots. We got bots.
Helicopters through the windshields. It really hits home and strikes you that, hey,
That means we're doing a good job streaming.
The flames are higher than we are.
That we've got those pre-programmed bots coming at us.
I was looking into this burning oak of metal, and it was like looking into...
You're gonna spend money to advertise on my stream? Wow.
It was like a living thing.
Got about 10 minutes left in our stream. We'll hang out for the rest of this. That piece turned out really good. Really excited. And now, I get a chip.
I don't know where they came from. They came out the woodwork. They were there in no time.
And it tastes so much better because I finished that piece.
We were hovering about half a mile to the east of the burning rig. Initially, we got the word that we were to pick up a critically wounded victim, so then we lowered our rescue swimmer to the Daily Nights.
Ooh, it's Mailman Monday, so I need to pack all the stuff that's going out after the stream. Mailman Monday. Mail Person Monday. Thank you.
The rescue swimmer, he's basically our paramedic. He's our assigned EMT, so he's the guy who knows the first aid.
Oh yeah, I'm done, right? I can take these off.
side of the bed to assist in getting Buddy on the gurney. As I rolled in, he was screaming and hollering that his leg was hurt real bad. He had a severe laceration on his leg. He also had a twisted and mangled
What are you looking at?
calf. His fingernails were gone. He had a hole in the side of his neck. And
Fingernails were gone. Ouch. From like crawling, probably.
From belt to head. Once we got him on the gurney, they took him out.
Burnt all along his back, probably from crawling along and getting burnt from the heat above.
Big containers. So you really had no clear path to the back of the boat. So we're like, yeah, we're gonna get this guy out. We actually had to lift him up over these containers.
And then we dropped him. Sorry, I shouldn't be making jokes. I should not be making jokes. That is not the time to be making jokes.
It's hard when you're departing at the scene like that to know that there's still 11 people missing. Our mission was to return the base with a quickly injured victim, but it still felt bad.
A custom, become a monthly subscriber is the best way to do it, which is the membership at the bottom of the stream. Where is it? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Where it says, the link underneath the stream, where it says YouTube. Shh, quiet me. Right here, where it says www.youtube, that'll take you to the membership screen, and you need to become an ordained member to do customs. And then we can talk about the details and costs and all that good stuff of what a custom would cost. But unlocking customs is for subscribers only. And then you get entered into the giveaways and the Discord, which will let you know whenever I'm going live. I got a hair poking me. If you want to circumvent that though, and you want just some like Christmas ornaments, or you want like a Christmas themed bong or something like that, the mystery boxes are available. But if you are going to subscribe, remember to click the ordained level, not the for gifting only. Yeah, no rush at all, Nate. You can do that. You can subscribe to YouTube at any time. It's either YouTube or TikTok for monthly subscriptions to unlock customs. But again, just make sure it's the ordained level. There's one that says for gifting only, and that one is for gifting only. I knocked over Wobbuffet earlier. We got how much longer left in this video? Still about 10 minutes left.
That was the task we were given.
I'm excited. I got new groceries. I'm gonna be eating good tonight.
The oil rig's still burning and could topple into the water at any moment.
Oh yeah, I'm done, so I'm gonna turn this off as well.
Predominantly coming from the wellhead itself, crude oil that is leaching from this wellhead. And as long as that crude is leaching, we're going to continue to see that fire.
After the helicopter.
Sorry for the beeps. There's a piece of glass that got stuck.
Everything just kind of like fell in place. Finally able to start coming down.
There's a piece that got stuck to that button in the glass, and I poked it, and it was sharp, so I had to chip it off because it's still in there. I appreciate you, Nate. Yeah, for sure. Let me know. Shoot me a message whenever you do subscribe. Shoot me a message on Instagram, and I'll send you the link to add the Discord. And then I'll hop in the Discord and let everybody know if we're going to be changing times or anything like that. The Discord is like chat here, but when we're not live, it's like an all-day hangout. Well, hi Marley. I'm almost done. I feed you and pay so much attention to you here in a few minutes. Yes, you too. Not yet. Not yet.
I went home that morning, turn on the
Big
news,
stretch.
Then you find out, well, there's still 11 people missing. It's like, it's like, man, I hope they made it. I just hope they made it off.
What the fuck was that?
Black Friday deals for days. Every Monday.
You just take a swipe at me? I think she tried jumping up to put her feet
So the only question
behind
is,
me in mist.
That's Walmart's Black Friday deals for days.
Oh yeah, Black Friday is day after Thanksgiving, right?
In the news, the Coast Guard is
Got about 8 minutes left in our stream. We're gonna finish this video.
Burning oil drilling platform.
Yo, Nate!
Louisiana. Fire roaches.
A new member of the Hermetic Order has been ordained. Welcome to the cult, Nate. You have unlocked entries into the giveaways that we have constantly, as well as access to the cult member Discord. Shoot me a message on Instagram. It's in the other link underneath the one that you just clicked. And just say, hey, it's Nate. I appreciate you, buddy. Say, hey, it's Nate, and I'll get you the link for that. Also, you got a nice star next to your name, and you also unlocked all of our emojis that we have in here. There's a Lucy emoji in there as well. We need to put a Marley emoji in there. I just haven't got a good picture of her. We got a good one of Lucy to put in there, which is fucking hilarious, and we got some other stickers, but we have yet to get a good one of Marley.
Struggling to put out flames triggered by the explosion.
Thank you again, Nate. I appreciate you. Our next giveaway will probably be for Thanksgiving. We'll do like a Friendsgiving giveaway. A Friendsgiving away. Friendsgiving away. A Friendsgiving away. It took me a sec to process what I said, because I was looking at this.
Will be arriving here in port later this evening. The search for the missing will continue through the night.
Oh right, this one wasn't the oil spill. This one was the explosion, or did this one spill oil a whole bunch as well?
Our cutters stayed out in the Gulf all night looking for these missing workers. They will be joined a little bit later by one of these choppers, which is...
It did, but it's not the Gulf oil spill that I'm thinking of, right?
The rescue mission goes without resolution. The more fear and concern...
Is it? It did. Okay, gotcha. It is the one. It is the one that I'm thinking of then. Where they didn't know how they were going to cap it, right?
Passing the pumpkin book down about 30 seconds. I just let them know they were off the boat. That was the first time I got to talk to my wife. From there, we rode to New Orleans to the Crown Plaza.
Yep.
We went in the back of it.
Yeah, see, I remember like weird little details about that because I was how old was I? 15 when it happened, so I was obviously not paying attention to the news at all.
The media out front, they were making us go in the back. All the families were making.
I'm gonna turn it up a little bit since our oxygen concentrator is on.
First time I got to see my wife. She ran up smiling.
Hi, Lucy.
By the time she got her arm over my neck, she was burst out in tears. Both of us did.
We're on site.
You got hot breath, Lucy.
We were on site in a relatively short period of time. I started to have a bad feeling when the sun came up and we could get a more accurate assessment of the extent of the damage on board the oil rig.
You don't have Instagram? Message me on TikTok. Do you have TikTok? Did you find us on TikTok? I have my messages open on TikTok now. I think I can send links through there. That honestly might be even easier sometimes. Okay, yeah, you can get down. If I'm not scratching you, you don't want to be up here, huh?
Over on the crane, you could actually see what used to be incredibly
you don't have to have the Discord. The Discord is literally just a hangout for cult members while we're not live. It's where we post pictures of our day, what we're doing, what we got going, and then I hop in there every now and then and say, hey, we're gonna go live at this time, or do this night, or hey, look out for this giveaway and all that kind of stuff.
Of steel sagging like a clothesline. It got very precarious at that time, and we were all very, very concerned.
Ham stamps.
That time was running out.
Ham stamps.
But at around 10 o'clock,
ham stamps.
You could see the starboard corner starting to slowly drop into the sea. The loud groans coming out of this vessel as she broke out was becoming much more pronounced.
Yeah, them teeth.
We started to back off.
worries, Nate. I got you either way. I appreciate you, Rachel. Until next time, friend, you know where to find us. I always enjoy seeing your name in chat, and look forward to it next time. Oh, my head itches. Oh, it's underneath my fucking... Oh, I can't get it.
But you still feel a tremendous loss. You still feel a tremendous sense of failure.
Oh, hi, Lucy. Do you need my attention now? Is it time for your attention?
Immediately shifted to that of...
You got such hot breath.
Either to help the loved ones of those people that may be missing come to some sense of closure. There's quite a silence on the bridge. And I know we were all thinking the same thing. You feel the loss. You feel the failure. You feel it deep. And it settles in more and more as time goes by.
Marley, don't need treat you too bad. That's why you had to have a bath today. She got stinkier again.
I'm still going over things in my mind.
Now you're actually a stinky baby, Marley.
There were 126 crew members on board the rig. 11 of the workers never had a chance. They were killed in the explosion. Their bodies never recovered.
Never recovered because they didn't try to, or because they they were gone. Did they end up at the bottom of the ocean? Maybe a couple of them, right? So like my elbow.
Only the very best of the best work on deep water. They don't accept anything less.
I was gonna say, how far under did they go and see if there was anything? I guess there really wouldn't be anything left after a while, right? Quit scratching, Marley. It says, today the cap sealing the Deepwater Horizon well is emblazoned with 11 stars, silent tribute to each of the victims.
The Horizon was an exemplary rig with excellent personnel. They paid the ultimate price. They gave their life to try to minimize the damage that was done to people, property, environment. And I hope at least that message is clear.
Wow, that's a big piece of machinery, because I know how big those underwater machines are. Alrighty, friends. That will be the end of our stream for this evening. That doesn't rhyme, but I made it sound like it rhymed. We'll be back on TikTok at our normal time, which is 11 p.m. Central, whatever time that might be for you. I think it changes on my actual homepage on TikTok, depending on your time zone, because I set the time for the live event. And then I think depending on how you see it on your phone, it'll change it. Technology, wow. So, if you ever wonder when we're going to go live, TikTok is a great place to check, because I'm going to start doing that. Start actually scheduling them. Alrighty, friends, family, and anyone in between and outside and inside out and above and around. I will catch y'all on the flippity flop. Until then,